As I said, we're gonna be playing a deep elf because I like deep elves, and we're gonna be playing a deep elf Ice Elementalist. I don't want to play Ice Elementalist. I think Ice Elementalist is kind of dead to me um, since Frozen Ramparts started checking armor class. It's a pretty messed up change to that start. I guess Fire Elementalist. And we're gonna be Scorching, and then we are gonna be hopefully casting some Stun Arrow. Yes. How much conjurations do I need? Probably about 8. Same goes for Fire Magic. And for spellcasting, we're gonna go all the way up to 5. Yep, just because Deep Elf has good aptitudes. I heard there was a bug fix for the thing that happened whenever people logged into, um, or like not logged into the stream, but like started spectating the character. It seems that sometimes it made it so that this screen, the inventory screen or like the inspect screen or whatever, was just stuck there. It happened a couple of times, and it was recently fixed, apparently. So that's nice. Hmm. Alrighty. A good thing about Fire Elementalists is that they actually have some pretty serious firepower, unless they, of course, open a door and happen to find an enemy on the other side of it, in which case you might die. Unfortunately, no such thing happened in this occasion, and I was able to kill that ball python. I was actually kind of worried about it since um, it is. Since it was in the open and like ball pythons can grab you and constrict you, I thought that was gonna happen until I died. Wow, Ring of Mana on D1. That's actually gonna be super convenient. I have more mana than HP now thanks to that Ring of Mana. So I have pretty much unlimited amounts of mana now. I got Scorch. As it is right now, I can Scorch 9 times before I run out of mana. It's not something that I'm particularly interested in doing so early into the game, but it's gonna be useful in a bit, or like a bit in this case being immediately, I suppose. Yep. Scorch is what you should use in corridors. In corridors, casting Foxfire is not good at all. Mm, so yeah, this weekend I have a birthday gathering with a friend who I have been friend of since middle school. I'm kind of excited for that. Haven't seen that friend in a couple of months. Mm, And yeah, we're starting to reconnect a bit more because hadn't seen him for a very long time before that couple of months ago. So yeah, kind of excited for that. I will be getting Starburst. We got some pretty juicy spells from there. Mystic Blast and Starburst are really, really good. Mm, I don't think that I care about Blast Sparks as a deep elf. Blast Sparks is really like the rocket jump for the Jin. As a deep elf, I wouldn't really bother too much with it. It suffers from the same thing that Conjure Flame suffered, which is that it is kind of annoying to set up on. But like with Conjure Flame, you can remove some of the annoyance of setting it up with just like the downside of taking a bunch of damage from the spell itself. The explosion can deal damage to you. So yeah, haven't been streaming, but it's because I haven't really felt like streaming. However, I noticed it yesterday, a bit after my stream time, but I just felt like my day was unconcluded and empty if I had not streamed. So I decided to, stream today. Okay, I could have dealt with Robin throwing a couple of goblins at me. Probably about 2 was the most that I could have dealt with. Fortunately, the amount of goblins thrown at me was 0, so no issues in that regard. Um, yeah, since I already got Starburst and the biggest challenge to success, or like the biggest barrier to success as a spellcaster, is finding an early game spell that, or like not necessarily an early game spell, but like a finding a spell relatively early into the game that can carry you beyond the early game. If you can do that, you are probably in a good spot when it comes to being a mage. This situation was pretty sketchy with the confusion. Mm, Fortunately, I was able to survive it. It took me a couple of attempts, but I ended up finding a healing potion. Mm. Okay, I would like to go upstairs. My early game levels have had a substantial amount of experience. I'm experience level 5 now. Okay, I want to go upstairs to fully clear this D2. Mm, Ideally, I would be able to fight Robin in a 1 versus 1. Yeah, not a 5 versus 1. Okay, that's pretty good. We managed to get a helmet out of doing that. Perfect. I'm gonna be training these to 13 actually. Yeah, because I already got Starburst. I would like to have Starburst by Lure. If I have Starburst by Lure, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win the game. There's still a possibility of me, failing miserably, as always. But it shouldn't really happen. I don't think it's actually gonna happen this time. Yeah. Um, I forgot to set it up, but I mentioned it in my most recent non-gameplay YouTube video that I uploaded this weekend. Any Patreon or PayPal cryptocurrency donations that I get throughout the rest of this year will go directly to my aunt's family. Not all will go directly to my aunt. I think that I'm just gonna like give her daughters money directly. Um, because like even though like they are gonna need the basic stuff, as always everyone needs the basic stuff, food and stuff, water. I still think that the daughters of my uncle should get some money so that they can spend it however they want to. I think the amount of money that they will receive will vary depending on their ages. My uncle's daughters is 13, the other one is 18. She just turned 18 last Sunday. So yeah, I want to get them at least a little bit of money, so they have a more, a less awful time over the holidays with the whole situation. Mm, This character has had some pretty good loot, by the way. The Ring of Mana, the +3 leather armor, pretty good stuff. I have these scrolls, I should read them. Lots of singleton scrolls. It's kind of not that dangerous, but it is. It makes me kind of uneasy to read singleton scrolls. I would rather not do such a thing. Mm, yes. As Zizek would say, I would prefer not to. That's a specific wording of things that I used a lot even before studying, watching some Zizek conferences. Mm, Pretty interesting. I would recommend it if you have a lot of free time and you don't particularly feel like watching the usual content. Okay, let's try to kill Sigmund because I am rather high level, experience level 6. I felt like I was gonna be able to do it, and it did go my way. That went very well. I wonder if I should get Mystic Blasts. I am wondering. Hmm, who knows? Mystic Blast is kinda dangerous with a deep elf. If the monster gets to be within my melee range, we would be in some serious trouble. Mm, Okay, about the potions of heal wounds, I thought that it was very important to identify them. It turns out that I didn't have any potions of heal wounds in my inventory before buying those. But yeah, having access to identified consumables early into the game, so important, such a game-changing thing. Mm, wow. Okay, I might die here. I'm gonna read fear. Is it a good idea to do so immediately? No, no, it's not. Now it is the time to read fear, because I am rather afraid of the situation. Yeah, Egypt with Wand of Charming could to confuse me, and Null with a lag attack. Like you know about Halberd Null, right? But this is not a Halberd Null. This is a Null that probably had a Halberd and then just dropped the halberd and picked up a lag attack. Because monsters do that. They pick up things that you have never seen. Or, yeah, like literally that. They pick up things that you have never seen. And apparently there was a lag attack in this floor that the Null just happened to find before I did. So, yeah, very spooky monster. Except that it got one shot, literally one shot by Scorch. So, sure. Hello, said no one. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. As you can see, I am playing Crawl, as I often do. Yeah, I'm playing a Deep Elf because I don't really have much else to do in Tronk. I should try Deep Elf River. The thing about Deep Elf River, however, is that I know it's not gonna be as good as other rivers that I've played because River is with River, you care mostly about the melee aptitudes of whatever you're playing with, or like the melee, not necessarily aptitudes, but the capability of whatever you're playing to actually function as a melee character. And Deepov doesn't really have any of that. Yeah, that's why Armatar Reaver, Ogre Reaver have been going quite well for me because they actually can function as melee characters, and the little bit of magic that Reaver provides them with actually contributes a lot to what they can do in the early parts of the game. This looks pretty bad. Oh, yes, it does. It looks pretty bad indeed. I have one fear. I wish I had teleport. This might be teleport. It was identify. Okay, yeah, having a bunch of one stacks is a really bad thing. Do I have poison resistance? Not yet. I actually don't have anything in the way of resistances. Regardless, it's 4 Bs at full HP. I am at full HP as well, but 2 of them are already in melee. I'm about to get surrounded by the bees. I think the correct thing to do here is to read fear, walk away, and then when a bee enters my line of sight again, just read a scroll of poison. And now you cannot reach me, but I can attack you with Foxfire. Okay. I killed one bee. The other ones probably walked in a different direction. They didn't seem to walk into the poison, understandably so. A scroll of poison is a very strong consumable, but at this very, very early stages of the game where the monsters are just not gonna step on the poison, it can feel underwhelming. Yes, it can. That Scorch miscast at 1% is pretty unfortunate. Okay. Something cool about Scorch is that it ignores evasion altogether. I think that Foxfire also does. Let's give that a try. At the very least, it didn't miss this time. Um, but yeah, those are some pretty good spells to have for dealing with bees at such an early stage of the game. Very nice to be a Fire Elementalist in this occasion. I like Earth Elementalist, but it can be pretty complicated when you find D5 Bs. Not a lot of backgrounds can actually deal with D5 Bs well, just as not a lot of backgrounds can deal with Phantoms well. Fire Elementalist is pretty offensive. Like, there's few things that you find early in the game that you actually cannot do anything about. So yeah, I think that this background is great. We're gonna get 8 conjuration or 8 spellcasting, but yeah, my objective is still to get Starburst by Lur. This spell is astonishingly dangerous to cast. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And if I have, I probably haven't been paying a lot of attention to that message. But yeah, we are going to be getting Starburst in a while. I just noticed that my Randart letter armor has a stealth. I just saw +3 letter armor without any bad properties, and I equipped it. But yeah, the stealth part has probably been useful. You know how it is in this game. Things are very stealthily doing their thing, whether you notice or not. Especially for stealth. Like for stealth, if you walk past some monsters and they don't notice you, that's a stealth doing its thing. But as always, you can also have it happen that stealth doesn't do anything and the monsters immediately notice you. By the way, something funny about this character that I have noticed is that take a look at this. Take a look at my weapon selection. I have a +5 Falchion, a Dagger Venom, a Leviathan, a +4 Great Sword of Freezing, a +4 Mace, and a +5 Flail. I have had some pretty highly enchanted loot drop off of whites on a character that by no means wants to melee anything, funnily enough. We're going Gozag, we're not going the Shining one. Gozag welcomes me. I pay a service fee of 89 gold. And now from now on for the rest of the game, whenever I run low or out of mana, I can use Gozag Potion Petition to get a mana refill. Ideally, we would also find a strong um, strong spells that I can spam. Starburst is a good start, but I want something like Iron Shot or a Crystal Spear. These -1 Pearl skills are mildly interesting. I'm gonna put them on the wish list, but I wouldn't be surprised if I just didn't buy them. You know how it is with Pearl scales. It's very strange for me to have a character where I think of Pearl scales as actually the optimal thing to use, and I end up using them, even if I find them so early into the game. Regardless, money is not going to be an issue, so I might buy them, even if it's only to throw them away later in the game, because after all, they're very light for the amount of protection that they provide. I think ice scales are on the same level, even though they protect you less, they give you a more important resistance in the form of cold resistance instead of resistance negative. But who knows? At the end of the day, I don't have ice scales, but I do have pearl scales right now, like accessible. So yeah, something to think about. +7 short sword. What's up with the whites and their really good weapons today? I'm gonna pick that up and I am going to put it in my hand. Yeah, if I am going to have to melee anything, I'd rather melee with a +7 whatever on D6, even if it's unbranded. Okay, I should not walk towards that. Very important not to do that. Yeah, might as well let it go towards me. Ouch. Okay, center got one shot. Something that I like about Foxfire is how you cast it, and it's like saving some damage for the next turn. It can be a very bad thing sometimes when you immediately need damage this turn. Like Foxfire really doesn't work for that, but it can combine and make it so that you just like burst things down, like from full HP to death if you happen to have some Foxfires already on the screen, and then you just scorch something to give it weakness to fire. And then the Foxfires just mob on the thing that recently got weakness to fire and kill it. Which yeah, it is pretty much what has happened versus this white band. Very nice that Fire Elementalist can deal with white bands. There's a large amount of things in this game that cannot deal with the amount of white bands that I have been in the receiving end of. If I was if I was something like a necromancer or a venom mage with the variety of monsters that I've already gotten, I would not be having a good time. That played into my decision of starting a fire elementalist. I just don't want to have to run away from literally everything. Um, Especially at the very beginning, it just feels bad to have to run away from so many things at the very beginning of the game. It would be a different thing if you were to get shafted or so. But on normal gameplay, having to run away so much, it's kind of lame. I hope that I don't get hit by too many attacks of opportunity here. 0? Okay, we take that. I wonder if the chance for an attack of opportunity to happen has been lowered or so. Well, in that case, it happened 3 times, so I think it was just variance. Okay. I am excited for Starburst. Having Starburst so early is gonna be pretty strong. It's a ridiculously powerful spell at the end of the day. If you have never played with Starburst, it just like bolt of fire, except that you don't target it. It goes in the cardinal directions, and it deals a ton of damage. It hits a substantial amount of the screen too, so it's, in my opinion, better than the old Bolt of Fire spell. It took me a while for me to get accustomed to Starburst, but once I did, I have been appreciating that spell a lot. Mm, 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 okay, we got a cloak. Let's put it on. You know, I like this formula that I've had where I just play crawl whenever I want to play crawl. Usually, a large amount of my motivation to play crawl is to try the new stuff, but since Strong has been very slow with updates these last couple of months, there's not been a lot of things for me to try. I guess I could play some more Reavers. I'm sure that I have still a lot of Reaver to explore. Mm, there's definitely a lot of species that I have not played Reaver on that could actually be rather reasonable Reavers. Mm, yeah, I've played Armator and Nogger Reaver. Let's see. Um, I think this is how you ping for that. Armator, Baraki, and Nogger are the ones that I have won when it comes to Reavers. There's gotta be more. There's gotta be more species that Reaver would be good on. I think that I was playing a Merfolk Reaver and I just like had a very bad time until I died. But I am not sure that is representative of the usual Reaver experience because with the Armator, Baraki, and Nogger Reavers that I already won, I think that those were pretty good characters. Um, so yeah, I think that Reaver is a pretty strong start. Mm, okay, doing pretty well and acquiring a very good amount of money. Ooh, also acquiring Blink. That's a big deal. Hello, Ripofalem. Thank you for stopping by and good to see you around. I am playing Crawl, as you can see, and I just got Blink, which gives me an excuse to learn Mystic Blast as well. Mm, Baraki is good with any background. Yeah, Baraki aptitudes are just really good. The jump is also a really strong thing to have access to. Am I going to die to this Steam Dragon? Okay, thank you for not killing me, Steam Dragon. Since it was spamming the breath weapon, it did it 3 times out of 3 possible opportunities for it to use the breath weapon. I was starting to get pretty worried. Yes, 3 out of 3 times it did the breath weapon. That was pretty messed up. Mm, That kind of RNG had a pretty decent chance of killing me. Not as much as getting shafted for 3 floors, however. But, this is not so terrible. We can do this. Yeah, we're pretty close to the stairs. Hmm. Oof. I think I can probably deal with this. Starburst is at 13%. We are really, really close to having it castable. Like, if you were to push it, you could even consider it to be castable already. I'm gonna go for Immolation, however. Immolation and Foxfire. And then the explosions will trigger, and I will hopefully be able to make it to the stairs. Unfortunately, I don't have any way to break line of sight of these clouds, so I just have to wait for them to wear off. Yeah, it doesn't take that long. I can go upstairs. Fortunately, no monsters came my way. Okay, this is manageable. No one has distortion nor poison weapons, so I think it is perfectly manageable. Yes, you just want to see the targeter. I think if I hit all of them, I will just straight up kill all of them. One of them did survive, surprisingly. The Cobalt Brigand is almost dead. Okay, just got a bad roll, I suppose, on the Brigand. 6 dice of 9 was not enough to kill this guy. Surprising. We're still at full HP, so it should be okay. Alrighty. Yeah, having Starburst so early into the game is like enjoyable, very, very enjoyable. It makes for a much easier character. At the end of the day, crawl backgrounds are not supposed to be a kit that you can take to the end game and like be comfortable with. I think that all mage backgrounds ever since the positional magic updates have been changed in such a way that it is actually uncomfortable for the player to start a mage. Like the player should feel uneasy by starting a mage, or at least it feels that to me. Like you're running around with an incomplete character, and you need to rely on RNG to find something to make the character whole. Um, that's the experience that I've had, as I've already mentioned. Mm, alrighty, pretty good. Gonna pick this up, gonna rest my mana, and I'm gonna go in. Okay. Good day. What is my mother tongue? I am from Mexico, so my mother tongue is Spanish. Spanish and English are the only two languages that I speak. I did try to learn French when I was in high school. That obviously didn't happen. However, I have some pretty good French pronunciation. It's just that the language was never something that caught my interest. I didn't really have a lot of utility when it came to French, so I just didn't use it. And by extension, I didn't feel any motivation to actually learn the language. That's why I didn't learn the language at all, even though I studied it for about 5 years, actually. The only thing I can say in French is that I do not know how to speak French. And people never believe me because, once again, the pronunciation is really good. Um, but yeah, that's legit the only thing that I can say in French. Fortunately, no such thing is the case for English. In English, I can express myself quite well, even though I sometimes feel limitations derived from the fact that I just don't have as extensive vocabulary as I would like to have in English. In Spanish, I have some like pretty complex ideas that I find difficult sometimes to translate to English. Sometimes I do catch myself repeating a lot of words in English. Sometimes I even do that kind of thing intentionally. I just like commit to it. I'm like, I have already said this thing 7 times. Might as well make it 8. That happened recently in my non-gameplay video that I uploaded to YouTube over the weekend. Yeah, I caught myself doing that, and I was like, I'm not gonna re-record this. I'm just gonna embrace it, I suppose. And so I did, and it was fine. Mm. I really know a lot of languages. I only know two. French is not something that really counts. I would like to learn Japanese actually. I kind of tried, but I find it rather unsurmountable because of the different vocabulary. It's not vocabulary like yeah, I think vocabulary is fitting. I don't know how you say it in English, but like the glyphs that you use for words, um, since Japan's system is very, very unlike anything that I have ever experienced in my life, having to learn that from the start is so difficult. Even though, thanks to the fact that I speak Spanish, I feel like I would be able to speak Japanese quite well. It's just that I wouldn't be able to read Japanese, and that's just like a very incomplete knowledge of a language. I don't think I would even be capable of properly learning how to speak Japanese without being able to read it in the first place. Yes, kanji, katakana, hiragana, that kind of thing. Um, Very, very difficult, especially kanji. You can form like whole words or even sentences with one or two kanji. I have noticed that in sumo. Well, not noticed that, but like I have been made aware of that in sumo. There's some sumo wrestlers that, like, well, almost all sumo wrestlers are their shikona, which is like their ring name, is composed of kanji. So there's a couple of them that have like two or three kanji for a very long name. But on the other hand, there's another one that has only one kanji for his name. I found that interesting. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is read scrolls until I get that and then open the door. And then we will teleport. And so all that I have to do now is to circle around and pick up my potion of experience and bail. And if I have the opportunity to fight that warlord without it being literally next to me, such as right now, I could read immolation. Mm. I actually can go for the butterfly simulation strategy. It's just a matter of positioning myself in such a way that I don't literally die. Um, Attack, butterflies, attack. It's looking kind of complicated. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the warlord to kill a couple of them. Oh boy, like the warlord is killing them all right, but I am not gaining ground. Like I still have a butterfly next to me, and they could walk into me, so I could get hit by two or three explosions, which would most likely kill me. Um, some gods can help with that, Gozag included. Mm, I don't know. Like that was way too early. I really don't like the fact that I read the chat messages like 10 or 15 minutes after they were posted. I really need the chat in the same monitor as I have the game, or like much closer to the game than it is now. I gotta fix that. Can I tell the butterflies to run away? I don't think they can listen to me because it is mindless. Let's give that a try, however. I mean, that did kinda make it work, but okay, let's see if this kills me. Hopefully it won't. Yes, I suppose. It didn't really do anything. It was just a matter of getting lucky. Now how do I not die? I would like resistance. Is that something that Gosa gives with potion petition? Mm. Does Gozag give resistance? I think that Gozag does give resistance. Because if I take this without fire resistance, I'm just gonna die. Yeah, I know for sure that I'm gonna die. But on the other hand, if it works like the Earth Warlord is gonna die. Hmm. Okay, let's try to get resistance. We did get resistance. It's pricey. 3 might and resistance. That's actually not terrible. Um, it's what I'm gonna be going for. The Warlord didn't die. Surprisingly enough, the Warlord is heavily wounded. I'm standing on a cloud of fire. It's okay mm, because of tree form. Okay, their Warlord is almost dead. There's no way it gets to me. There we go. I just have to wait for the fire to go away. Okay, I'm starting to get worried. Why is it lasting forever? I'm gonna drink a potion of ambrosia because I have it. Oh boy. I'm still standing on the. Wow, that's crazy. Look at this. This is kinda pretty lame. The ambrosia didn't last for long enough, and yeah, I'm still very low on HP. Let's use a heal wounds. I hope that that's all that I have to use. Like, what's up with this? Why are the clouds taking forever to wear off? Sometimes they wear off in like 3 turns, but that lasted for what seemed like forever. Anyway, after that gross abuse of consumables, I get access to my prize, which is a potion of experience and a pretty good amulet. I hadn't noticed. It goes pretty well with not having an amulet at all. Okay. It's not the greatest thing ever, but it is better than not having anything, for sure. I am going to drink the potion of experience right now because I just leveled up to 11. I will train conjurations and fire magic. That should get me starburst castable, like very reliably. It's at 6%. What if I get 12 spellcasting? And yeah, so I have Mystic Blast and Blink castable. It's pretty good. There was another way to deal with the Warlord, which was just like Blink kiting it. I didn't go for it because Blink kiting can be pretty inconsistent. I also didn't know if it had a launcher. But yeah, if it had gotten a launcher, Blink kiting is not a way to deal with it. Pretty good that I happened to get resistance to corrosion right before having to fight that acid dragon, because otherwise it would have been complicated for me to deal with it. Korean is an isolating language, so it's hard to learn a foreign language. Yeah, like Korean is just very different. It's different from literally everything else in the world. Um, yeah, I should have walked in the opposite direction when I saw the priests D9. I should just go upstairs. Yes, because after all, I did get shafted 3 floors. So we are back at the level where I was before I got shafted, ready to continue killing everything with my really, really strong fire magic spells. I already identified blinking, so I can just re-identify every spell, or like every... what is this thing called? Scroll, sorry. Every scroll. So yeah, I have a little bit of an interest in history. So unfortunately, I was made aware rather recently that whenever you want to seriously become a historian, you should expect to have to read a lot of stuff in French because most of the very important historic records of Europe are in French. So yeah, I wish I had known that when I was younger. If I had, I would have been more motivated to learn French for real. As it is right now, French shares a lot of roots with Spanish, so I could probably read some French if I really, really tried. But it is not a language that I know. I wouldn't really be able to formulate a coherent phrase in French, let alone properly communicate. I wish I had immolation here. It would be pretty nice to have immolation. English is like 40% French. Yeah, it's like an agglomeration of all those European languages. There's some words in English that are like directly in Spanish. Also, like it has a little bit of German and a little bit of French, as you mentioned. It's just a little bit of everything, and some other languages that are mostly defunct. Mm, okay, of course, my mon dies because I have Starburst. What kind of D9 monster can survive a Starburst to the face, especially after already having taken so much damage? Starburst is such a strong spell. When it hits, of course. There we go, pretty good. Mm, the pro skills that I got in that shop earlier are significantly more appealing now that I have realized that um, I am a worshipper of Gozag, and by extension, I won't get any kind of skills for the rest of the game because that's a Gozag thing. Wow. Okay. This is a lure entrance bolt. It has had a lot of monsters. That's fine. That's fine. You can just go over here and close the door and regen to full mana, and then I can actually kill that thing. Yeah, bring it on, Mr. Steam Dragon. I do not fear you anymore. Mm. There was Oh, it was no, it was in this level. It was in this level. There's one orc warrior that has a launcher. I should be wary of that one. I don't have resistance to electricity. Better walk away from those eels. Do I have a wand of flame? I do. I do have that, so I can use that to kill the eels. Okay. I can also use Foxfire to kill the eels because it also produces a steam. Okay, it's a good thing that I have 400 gold again, so I can use potion effects. Not that it matters too much the amount of money that I have right now. Like the more the game progresses, the more money I will have, up until the point where I actually have like several thousands of gold. Much more money than you would normally have with any other character that is not a worshipper of Gozag. I should probably start training fighting. Yes, I should probably start training fighting so I can. So I stop getting that annoying warning when I cast Starburst. Are you the one with the launcher? You're not. Okay, this guy is the one with the launcher. Okay, the one with the launcher. You gotta be very careful with the one with the launcher because it's the only one that can actually like pose a significant threat. Like as in, if it is on the screen, I can die in like 2 turns, pretty much. So I should play it very, very safe with the one with the launcher. Like fighting it alone, and don't let any priests smite me before I have to fight it. You know the drill. Mm, I have to fight some zombies for some loot. Okay, with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay, that's perfect. Beautiful. Okay. Gaining just a teeny tiny bit of HP was enough for me to stop getting warned about how dangerous it would be to cast a Starburst. Pretty nice. Okay. The one with the launcher tried to hit me, failed to do so. But it is important not to have that happen again. The stealth is making it very difficult for these monsters to actually chase after me. Um, stealth can be very annoying to play with if you're not used to playing with stealth. And I am very clearly not used to playing with stealth. Okay. I'm gonna be next to you, so you don't shoot me with your arbalest because that's significantly more dangerous than you having melee. Um, okay, there were two orcs with arbalests. Um, that's fine. Let's go for it again. It missed. Oh, it missed, but I reflected it with my amulet. That's pretty cool. I was not expecting that when I picked up that amulet of reflection. That's one more kill than I would have expected from, the minimal 5 shield that I have access to. Mm. And by the way, I didn't comment on it, but I got an unseen horror in a previous level, and the Ring of See Invisible actually probably saved my run there because otherwise, like if I hadn't had it equipped, I probably would have died there. I lost half my HP in a single turn because I was surrounded by jacks flying too close to the sun, miscasting Starburst and having Starburst miss like crazy. I'm gonna wait for them to line up. Perfect. Let's go for a Scorch. There we go. Beautiful. In my recent video, my recent non-gameplay video, I forgot to mention that another thing that people don't like when it comes to newer versions of the game are attacks of opportunity. Like some people straight up think the game is unplayable because of attacks of opportunity. Um, I didn't really remember, not only because I haven't been playing a lot, but because they can kinda be ignored after a certain point. After a certain level of experience that you have gained with the game, with attacks of opportunity, you just like adapt super hard. Mm, I should probably not have 2 rings of mana equipped. Yeah, I'm probably starting to get to the point where 1 ring of mana is too much mana. I'm probably gonna go down to 0 rings of mana in the near future. Mm, if I ever need the other ring slot, it's not gonna be a painful sacrifice to lose the 9 mana. This level has a lot of yaks, I have noticed. Fortunately, I have Starburst. Without Starburst, I feel like this would be very, very painful. Mm, yes, killing jacks in the early game can be really bad if you don't have a way to hurt multiple of them at the same time, which I fortunately do. People streak regularly with attacks of opportunity. It's absolutely playable. Yeah, it really is. I think it really is just a matter of adapting to it. Mm, but at the end of the day, I feel like the people that are getting turned off when it comes to crawl because of the recent changes. By the way, 3-4% miscasts on Starburst in a row. The people that don't like the way that crawl, the way that the direction of crawl's design has been going, are people that don't wanna engage in what crawl kinda demands you to do, which is like actually pay attention. Crawl is not a game that you play after work to relax. It is, if anything, the exact opposite. Um, it's not a mindless game, and it has really never been, and will most likely never be. You have to pay attention and like actually try for your wins. I think that's something that everyone who streaks and wins a lot can probably agree with. Like crawl is almost never easy. It's almost never gonna give you a freebie. It's just that the threshold for how miserable the game can be probably varies from person to person. Like I know for sure that there's some times where I am playing crawl and I just like feel like the game doesn't like actively tries to make me not play it, or it certainly can feel like that at times. And whenever I feel like that, I usually don't play for a while afterwards. But I always, get that feeling of wanting to play more crawl, and so I do. In fact, that kind of thing is happening right now. Earlier in the day, I kind of felt like playing crawl, and I am playing crawl today because, it's something that I can do. It is important not to force yourself to play any game in general. But it's even more like true for a game like this, I think. Um, Because if you're not like 100% on board with the idea of playing the game, you're probably not gonna be playing very well, and by extension, you're probably gonna die a lot. I have that happen quite frequently, in fact. Okay. Alrighty. I like how this character is shaping up. It's looking pretty good. Let's go do learn now. I could go deeper into the dungeon, but I don't want to get the gauntlet. Yes, I feel like I would rather be more highly leveled up when it comes to doing the gauntlet. That's a pretty decent thing. It's not great, but I'm probably gonna be taking off the amulet at some point, which is my source of resistance to corrosion. And if you really think about it, it's not much else than that because I'm not meleeing. And 5 shield is so little that it doesn't really have that much of an impact. So I'm probably gonna get rid of it at some point. Just as I have gotten rid of this ring of mana in the favor of poison resistance. Poison resistance here is gonna be very useful. You know, the classic black mambas upon entering the lair. Yeah, that's literally the first monster that I saw, I think. Yeah, welcome to lair. A black mamba is nearby. Literally, the first monster that I found in lair is one of the most dangerous single monsters that exist in lair. Fortunately, I have a spell that doesn't check evasion, so I can actually deal with it. If I didn't have Scorch, I feel like this would be extremely, extremely painful. Um, hmm. Okay, Mark didn't last for very long. I can probably kill these. Yes, it was not an issue. Mm, okay. Lots of hell rats. Gonna wait for them to queue up. Nah, not really. It's just I feel like I need to soften them up or just straight up kill them before. Like I cannot get them to hit me because I just die in like 2 attacks from almost everything at this point in the game. The more the game progresses, the more robust I am going to be, and I will actually have the luxury of doing that, but not right now. Ring of Fire Resistance, that's pretty cool. Mm, hmm. Okay, that was a layer one that could have been very difficult, but it wasn't because I got Starburst. Starburst is the game's gift to me, pretty much. The game decided that I was gonna have a good time today, and so I got Starburst. I also got a pretty good sky weapon with a little bit of intelligence and dexterity to 2 pips of resistance to negative and flight. That's going to be useful for a while. Depending on what I end up getting, I might never replace this as my sky weapon. Yeah. Okay, there was a little bit of a mistake here. Yes, I probably shouldn't have let this happen. I blink away and I get pretty lucky because it didn't put me in a worse spot. There was a fair amount of positions there where I was gonna die. Oh, by the way, that swamp worm would be very, very dangerous. Yeah, if that guy pulled me into the fire, I probably would have died there. Um, Fortunately for me, no such thing happened, and I am able to survive that inconvenient fight that I didn't really want to get into. I got Swamp, which, yeah, I have flying, so I'm gonna be okay. Um, Flying is very useful for the watery layer branches. It really makes a huge difference. If you're having issues watery, with your watery layer branch, just equip some flying items, and it's gonna be much better for you. I can tell you that. Okay, been finding some redundant gear already. Nothing to be surprised. Crawl does give you a lot of redundant gear. Um, it's a shame that with all of the gear that you get in this game, you don't have something like Like a ring of resistance to electricity. There's so many extremely dangerous monsters with resistance to electricity that can kill you literally from full HP in a 1v1 fight. If you get unlucky enough, that is. And no real, like, semi-consistent way to prevent that kind of thing. Um, it's just that, like, oh, I'm in the mid game and I don't have resistance to electricity, and the first thing that I found in Snake is a Shock Serpent. And then the Shock Serpent proceeds to hit you for like 100 HP in 2 turns. And then you have to run for your life unless you're or you're gonna die. It's like almost guaranteed for you to die if you don't like spend some expensive consumables at that point. Can be pretty rough indeed. Cerberus is genuinely fun with the forest. Yes, it burning down some trees is a very strong thing. We're gonna enjoy that in swamp. Let's read some scroll or like some identify and identify some potions. Okay. Potions are the first thing I like to identify because they are unsafe to identify by using them. I've always thought that there's quite a few things that you don't want to be in the receiving end of when it comes to potions, like degen and mutation. Yeah, there used to be more, but they have been removed throughout the years. You're used to, say, Fireball, where you have to choose to burn down the forest. The Starburst is just gonna do it, and it creates a fun situation where everything inside comes through the clouds through you. Yes, sometimes the monsters just like die because of that without you having to do anything, just as it happened with the Hydra that I saw a little bit ago. Yeah, I saw that Hydra and I was kind of worried, but it just died without me having to do anything. It was really nice. I enjoy this game. I don't think I say this for. I don't think I said it enough for Crawl. I don't say it as much as I do for Rift Wizard at the very least. But yeah, I enjoy Crawl. Crawl makes me happy, and I really appreciate the fact that it is a thing that has been there for me for so many years. Even in the format that it is, like that's something that not a lot of games like this can afford to say. Like I have access to Crawl in a server online where my characters are recorded, so I can just pull. I can just get a character at any time, and I can read the log and like remember the good old times with that character, which I sometimes do on stream. So yeah, I really appreciate that. I think that has been a big part of me and my crawl journey. If you have the chance to play on a server, I would strongly recommend you to do it. Um, if it's annoying or unbearable to play on a server for one reason or another, I would understand if you don't want to. But yeah, it's been nothing but good for me. Sometimes it can be a little bit laggy, but it is a very strange occurrence for me. More often than not, it is very, very pleasant. Almost the same as playing on my own, like locally, except for the fact that I get the chance to play online. Pretty cool. Alrighty, I'm pretty much out of mana again. Okay, decided to bail out at just the right time. Starburst has been great for this character, so strong. I wish it didn't miss that much. Sometimes I cast it and nothing happens, and not because I miscast it, but because it super missed. It's supposed to be accurate, right? Yeah, it has a pretty good degree of accuracy. Wonder if I should be training more of the relevant skills to try to make it more accurate. Not that it is a necessity immediately, I suppose. I think it's probably just gonna be better for me to get a different spell that doesn't check accuracy to deal with that issue. Okay. I was trying to wait for the elephants to line up correctly, but I'm just giving free turns to dangerous monsters. Yeah, I'm trying to be mana efficient with my star bursting since I don't really have that many of them available. Yep, out of starburst, but also out of elephants. I have mind burst. I don't have any evocations skill, so it's probably not gonna be great. Yeah, it's resisted 4 times in a row. 64% chance to hit or to succeed? I don't think so. Yeah, I think that Ice Blast is just the way to go. I also have a good amount of charges on it, and that one doesn't miss and doesn't fail. It just can roll pretty low amounts of damage. That is certainly a thing that can happen, especially since I don't have any evocations. But it can also kill things, and I think it kills things better with 0 evocations than Mind Burst does. Okay. Unless the things are almost dead. Yeah. I would like to get some mana back. Can I trust you for this, Gozag? Might Brilliance, Heal Wounds, and Magic. Sure, that's not terrible. Okay. There we go. It's weird that I actually got good buffs out of Gozag. I feel like in the occasions that I have tried using Potion Petition with this character, it hasn't really been going well. They didn't last for very long, but sure. It was a signal for me to retreat. Let's put it like that. Mm, so yeah, very nice that Starburst just like passively burns down trees. In Swamp specifically, I don't have to dedicate specific turns to actually destroying trees. It's gonna be good for when we get there in a bit. Alrighty, 12 fighting. Should I get anything else? I'm gonna check my spell list, but before that I'm gonna be training some dodging. Let's see what we got. I have a port, let's learn that. And we got the poison package. Well, not really. We still have not gotten ignite poison. Without ignite poison, the poison package is not that great. Summons don't really go well with what I'm doing. Very difficult not to hit them with Starburst while they are doing anything. So I feel like Starburst and Summons are mutually exclusive. Okay, from the spells that I have, the only one that I actually wanted was a port. It's a good thing that I checked for the spells. Mm. Why is there a floating eye here? Oh, because it's the slime entrance. Mm. 3 turns is an okay amount of turns to be paralyzed. Fortunately, there was nothing to take advantage of that. Yeah, it can be very painful to be paralyzed. It can sometimes even kill you from full HP. I've had it happen before in SOT. Yeah, there was this troll character that I ran for the entirety of the game without like finding willpower, and then I finally find willpower, 2 sources of it in fact, and I just equip one because I felt like 2 sources was kind of overkill, and then I get paralyzed by a Dread Lich and I die. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was when Dread Liches were brand new to the game. Liches have always been able to paralyze, but before Dread Liches were a thing, Liches didn't always have paralyze, but Dread Liches always do. because that's just how they work now. Like that specific monster always has that specific spell set. That was a really good change. Like I feel like people focus too much on the changes that they don't like, and they kinda don't talk about the changes that are really really fantastic. And I would say that that change was a really good change. The fact that monsters no longer have like buried spell sets. Very, very good change. Osgubus Armor and Let Us. That's not spells that I care about. Um, okay, it didn't die. It came pretty close to dying. I can just finish it off with Scorch. Scorch is such a great spell. Okay, I got Descending. If you get Descending, that is a signal to get out and come back later. And I will do precisely that. Okay, even this is so much easier than that ending. Okay. Alrighty. That went okay. Yeah, it could have been way worse. Gonna pick up this robe of cold resistance. I hadn't noticed, but I'm getting a pretty juicy amount of evasion. It's gonna be pretty useful. The Catalepas that blasted me with dust and forgot I exist while it's being blasted back with Starburst. Yeah, perks of having a lot of stealth, which this character does because I have a stealth item equipped. I might remove it in the near future because I'm not a big fan um, of monsters forgetting about me if I run around the corner. That can be pretty useful, but it can also be pretty annoying. Mm. Yeah, especially if you're not used to running around with stealth characters. Oh, talking about stealth characters, it seems that like multiple times a year I'm asked to play like some form of stabber or so. So I guess I'm just gonna be playing Kobold of Wujian in the near future. Mm, yeah, pretty much every time I have people ask me to play a stabber character. I don't play them because I don't think they're as good as the other characters or the other character archetypes that I do play. But I might do it, or I'm gonna do it in the near future. Yes, I can tell you that. Um, so yeah, I've seen a lot of people just like straight up moving their entire streaming operation away from Twitch in the near future, or like in the recent days, or they have plans to do it in the near future that have been announced in recent days. Yep, I'm not the only one with the idea. With the way that this is going, I think that Twitch is just gonna collapse. Um, Amazon has a history of pulling the plug on things that do not generate them insane amounts of profit, and Twitch doesn't really do that. I think it would be a miracle if Twitch was breaking even as it is nowadays. And yeah, with a lot of the streamers like jumping ship to YouTube, things are not looking good for YouTube or for Twitch. Um, Robe of Knights. I think I want to equip that. I like the darkness and I like the willpower. I need those two things, so I'm gonna buy it. Mm. Yes, my armor class, does it change a lot? No, it actually goes up a bit. Cool. Mm. Yeah, I want the knight because as you can see now my starburst hits the entirety of the screen. So if I see a monster, I can starburst it. So that's a pretty good thing for my current character. I'm normally not that much of a fan, and if I ever get like Firestorm or so, I might take this off. but as it is right now, it is a pretty useful thing. Mm. Yeah, this is kind of like being a kobold, but not quite. Mm. Yeah, I need to get used to the fact that like if I can see a monster, I can starburst it because I'm walking towards them. Can still be sometimes useful to walk towards a monster because that way I can that way I can hit them with Scorch. Yeah, I just have to walk towards the monsters less. Hello, it's me, you see. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. I am playing Crawl, as you can see. Let's see if I can get some mana from this guy. Brilliance and Magic, perfect. And it was pretty cheap too. Sometimes Gozag provides you exactly what you want. Mm. Alright, yeah, this has been going well.
What?
Hmm. It's me, you see. Thank you for the gifts of to Ripophalem. It was random, but you got a pretty good viewer. Um, Ripophalem has been around for a while. I appreciate the support for the stream. Thank you for that. By the way, I'm probably going to be moving my streaming operation to YouTube in the near future. So if you feel like you want to continue watching, you should consider um, subscribing on YouTube. Yep. I should get evocations. I constantly find myself in situations where I just don't have mana, and I would like to be able to still kill the monsters, so I'm just gonna get evocations. Yeah, I was just talking about that before you entered the stream. How a lot of people are just like moving away from Twitch and into YouTube. And I will myself be doing that starting on 2023. Mm, yeah, I've been streaming in YouTube for a while, and there has been growth, but it's just like it's getting close to 3 years now, and I still don't feel like I have achieved the level of success that I would have liked to have after doing something for 3 years. 3 years is more than I've worked any single job in my life. The longest I've been at the same job has been 2.5 years actually. Um, but on the other hand, with the amount of breaks and like hiatuses that I've had while streaming, I would have already been fired if I was getting paid for this. So yeah, there's that advantage to streaming and in general working on your own. As long as you kinda want, be stop being able to function as a person. If you stop doing it for a little bit, you can afford to do that. Um, but yeah. Anyway, this ring is pretty good. Fire resistance, cold resistance, resistance to corrosion, and see invisible. I'm gonna be buying that because I will need that. I don't have either of those resistances, so might as well just equip it right now. We are already at a point in the game where those resistances are actually gonna be really, really good. So yeah, let's see what else we got here. Blinking. Yeah, that's it. Okay, cannot complain because it gave me one really strong item that will most likely stay with me for the rest of the game. That is more than you can say. Usually for when it comes to orc, you don't get anything. Yeah, getting one really strong item is already remarkable. Oh yeah, I need to get accustomed to that. Like if I can see a monster, I can hit it with Starburst. Mm, my resistances are looking really good. The only things that we are really missing are poison resistance to electricity. Other than that, I think that I could legit win the game with what I have. Just need to find a little bit more, and with the character, we'll be set for the rest of the game. Mm. Okay, gotta kill these before they bunch up. Fortunately, Starburst, pretty good at doing that. Such a strong spell to have at this point in the game. Um, yeah, with I feel like with most other species, I wouldn't have pulled the trigger on training for Starburst so early, but it really is like worth it to do such a thing, as you have already seen. This Deep Elf is not a worshipper of Behemoth, so no spell enhancement or anything. Mm, Also, no being bombarded with spells, which is another good thing about Behemoth. Um, Behemoth will try very hard to give you, to patch up whatever is lacking in your build. With Gozag, I don't have that. I need to rely on getting lucky. Unfortunately, I did get very lucky with getting Starburst early. Mm. So, I think that the moment that I find an Amulet of Mana Regen, I'll throw this Amulet of Reflection into the floor, never to be used again, because Mana Regen is more important, way more important than the properties that I'm getting from that. D12 Kirky. I don't think that I had ever seen Kirky on D12 before. I have willpower, so it should be okay. Oh, come on. I think it missed. No, I didn't miss that much, but I just didn't hit her with my casts of Starburst. I don't have mana, so I'm just gonna try to run to the stairs. Fortunately, my line of sight is very small, so Kirky needs to walk towards me to still be able to see me. Okay, Kirky. Time for round 2. Now with more mana, but less capability of casting spells, I suppose. So I guess we run away. I need to untransform to see what was the chance for that to happen. It was not very high, by the way. I can tell you that already. Yeah, with one source of willpower, it really shouldn't happen that much. 17% chance to succeed. Unlucky, but that's just how it is with Crawl. Wizard Dyke, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. It's good to see you around. I am playing Crawl once again because I felt like playing Crawl today. It is very nice to jump in and stream whenever I want to play Crawl. In this time that I have not been streaming, I have not been playing Crawl either. I think that I also want to play Rift Wizard on stream in the near future. I don't know if it's gonna happen tomorrow, but yeah, it's gonna happen soon. Yeah, good to see your channel growing too. It was not that long ago that you were rating me with 1 or 2 viewers, and now you got 6. So congratulations on that. I have to say that while I have not personally gotten the growth that I would like to get after doing something for 3 years on Twitch, I have noticed the growth. On my at my peak viewership, I was getting like 30 viewers or so a night. And I feel like I would still have that if I wasn't so often taking breaks this year. It's been kind of difficult to continue streaming this year. There's been some moments where like I just don't feel like streaming for a while, and that really hurts your viewership. Yeah, some people that just like unfollow you if you don't stream for too long and that kind of thing. Yeah, hello, Deep Elf. Deep Elf is my comfort pick. Wow, okay. Ask and ye shall be given. I didn't have resistance to electricity, but now I do. And I also have a good reason to train armor. Unfortunately, that gets rid of my willpower, but the resistances in this ring mail are really, really strong. I probably could win the game with it if I don't get anything better. Um, Let me pick up that scroll poison. Yeah, also the reduced line of sight from the Robe of Night has been a pretty useful thing. The way that it is, if I can see a monster with Starburst, I can hit it. I cannot use a Starburst there. Okay, there we go. For a couple of turns, that guy was positioning in such a way that I was unable to hit it with Starburst, funnily enough. I should not open that. I cannot see it, funnily enough, with the Robe of Night. Huh, look at that. Go upstairs. Yes. I can probably kill some of that. Not the War Gargoyle. There was one War Gargoyle, and that hurts a bit too much. And Taos, these all look the same. But one of these is the War Gargoyle. Is it this one? Yes, okay. Resistant to fire, so very difficult for me to kill that as of right now. I will try to avoid it as much as possible and come back for it later. Um, I am hopeful that D15 has a gauntlet because I have not seen that. I got one of the best Baileys with a potion of experience, but I would like to get a little bit more, and I didn't. I already saw the levels of the dungeon, so I know that D15 does not have a gauntlet. Um, yeah, I went downstairs to check for that. It's a shame that it was not the case. Mm. Speaking of growth, you have almost made affiliate. Twitch just needs to realize that you have enough followers. Um, yeah, it's gonna happen in a bit. I think that you need to submit your application or so, or something along those lines. I don't really remember how it was for me since it was so long ago. But yeah, if you already have everything, something needs to happen. If it's automatic, it shouldn't take that long. Um, but you might want to check if it's something that you have to do on your end. Okay, we got 3 acquirements. Let's see what we got here. Pretty decent buckler. I am very inclined to acquire that. Oh, this has pretty strong spells, so stone arrow and crystal spear. I'll get the buckler. The buckler is the correct thing to get. So I have willpower. Yes, pretty great. I like this. I like this. Let's read the next one. Next one has Globes of Dexterity, an Iron Shot and Crystal Spear. Okay, this is a pretty good book. If I found this book earlier into the game, I would have been so happy. Like it just has so many strong spells. I think that right now, however, it's not really what I need, but Iron Shot is a way to get rid of those War Gargoyles. I would like to receive LRD, however. LRD would be my spell of choice here because it doesn't miss. Um, the achievement says 49 out of 50 followers, but you have 51. You might have to wait for a couple of days then. By the way, if anyone watching is not following Wizardike, you should follow Wizardike. Uh, Wizardike also plays a lot of Crawl. You do like Iron Shot more than Crystal Spear. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for the follow on Wizardike, Ripe of Adam. I appreciate it, even though it is not my channel. I'm gonna get the globes. Okay, let's read the last one. This one has been the most lackluster out of all of them, but it does have a Staff of Fire, which is very tempting. A spell enhancer for fire magic at the cost of intelligence, dexterity, and resistance to negative. I don't think I need to decide immediately. Um, I lose 1 armor class by doing this, but I gain some evasion because it's dexterity globes. I can enchant them. I'm gonna enchant them. Yeah, almost something that I almost never do, enchant things early, but it is worth it for globes of dexterity just because of how rare they are. I wouldn't enchant brand the globes slash boots, but I would enchant rare gear like globes of dexterity. Mm. The only way for me to upgrade out of them is if I have some um, an artifact. Yeah, which hasn't happened yet and will most likely not happen at all. That seems to be closed off, so I can just ignore that. Fortunately, it doesn't prevent me from exploring the level or the rest of the level. Okay, hold on. You have a 0% chance to banish me. Okay, good to check. Good to check. I'm already wearing my buckler, right? Yes, I am. Okay. That 5 intelligence probably compensates for whatever penalties I get from equipping the buckler in the first place. Mm, yeah, I think that the next big spell that this character could get is Firestorm. It's kind of drastic, but yeah, I think that's like the last frontier for this character, Firestorm. Radiate is also pretty decent. You know, it doesn't check evasion, which is always a really, really strong thing. Um, and right now, Irradiate is pretty nerfed. Not only hold on. Oh, I was slow. I was slow. I hadn't noticed. I was like, why is this guy catching up to me? But it's because I was slow. Um, Not only is the damage pretty bad compared to previous versions, but it also used to ignore armor class. It was super broken. Curing and magic looks pretty good. I'll get that. Okay, got me a pretty lousy amount of mana back. But it's more than enough, I suppose. Oof, a Yaktar. Um, this is kind of awkward. Yeah, I'm running straight towards that Skeletal Warrior. I kind of want to Attraction. Let's go for it. It's not gonna be very great, but I think that we can make it work. I wish I had Paralysis. With Paralysis, I think that would just melee this guy. Okay, Bolt of Light just got the job done from the Wand of Light. Since after all, I do have a very decent amount of evocations now. Let's identify these. Scrolls of Noise. We are gonna be dropping those. Scorch and Starburst on the Skeletal Warrior. Okay. Your damage is reflected back at you. You take 1 damage. Cool. I thought that I was gonna see more. Oh, the Jack's shape twists and changes as it dies. No wonder. Yeah, getting affiliate is important on Twitch because it's the way to monetize. If you don't have affiliate, you cannot earn money from Twitch directly. Um, you can get donations and stuff from the very beginning since that doesn't have to go through Twitch. But in order for you to be able to, get subscribers and upload emotes and that kind of thing, you need to have affiliates. That's how it works. It took me like 3 months to get it when I was starting. Back then, I was still streaming in the mornings. And yeah, it took me a while, but it eventually happened. At the very beginning, for like the first couple of months, it was just me, my mom, and a friend watching. Like I had no viewership at all. I didn't know back then that it was okay to advertise my stream in the Roguelikes Discord. Once I figured that out, or once I learned about that, and I also switched to streaming in the evenings slash nights, my stream started to grow quite a lot. In fact, I have noticed that there's been a slight drop in viewership now that I do not advertise in the roguelikes Discord anymore. I just feel like I haven't been streaming consistently enough to want to do that. I'll use that's not great, but sure. I'm starting to miss Behemoth. Yeah, Behemoth is a pretty cool god since you get mana back when you kill things. Okay, I'm out of mana. Not out of Ice Blast, however. We can continue doing that. Wand of Light. There we go. Okay, I bought that manual of armor because I anticipate that I'll be equipping the ring mail at some point. Yeah, I'm gonna train the entirety of the manual of armor, and we shall see how it goes after that. I might want to get a little bit more armor or something, but for now, I won't really mess with my armor until I finish the manual. I'll get some armor class from doing that. Right now it says 3, but I know it's gonna be more than 3 because I'll get whatever armor class I gain from training the skill. It's probably gonna be like 5 or 6. The armor class increase. I will also get resistance to electricity. Yeah, pretty good stuff. Still waiting for an amulet of mana regen. That's what I really, really want and what the game has deprived me of. Yes. Okay, I should probably go over here and take off the robe of the knight. Yeah, just so I can see everything. I don't have to do that, and the rewards are not good enough. Now I can go here and see this. Cleverly enough, the game doesn't actually show you the orange crystal statue in the middle. It seems to be showing me the loot, and so far it's not particularly good loot that would incentivize me to fight against an orange crystal statue. Is it an orange crystal statue or the other statue that has shadow creatures? I don't really remember, but anyway, I don't want to deal with a statue. Hopefully I find LRD in the near future. LRD would be an extremely useful spell to have. Yeah, I don't have it yet. Twitch says it can take a few weeks after meeting the requirements for affiliates. Yeah, for me it was a couple of days. Like, I got the requirements at the end of my stream, one of those streams that I made, and then I got it like 2 days later over the weekend. It was on a Friday, and by Monday I already had it. So yeah, who knows how it is? Maybe it varies depending on whatever kind of workload they got. I hope that that process for me is not gonna be so bad on YouTube. I already have close to 500 subscribers on YouTube, but you need 1,000 on Twitch, where you only need 50. On the other hand, getting subscribers on YouTube seems easier than getting followers on Twitch. I have noticed that like as long as you upload videos, your subscriber count goes up. It doesn't really go up particularly fast, but it has been going up for me. I think that on the last month I have gotten like 40 subscribers or so. Kind of slow, but growth is growth. It just means that if I continue doing that, ideally I would continue acquiring subscribers. Maybe I'm getting Ultraviolence player or like viewer base now that Ultraviolent has retired from making crawl content. Let's go do something here, and something in this case means doing Swamp. I'm gonna be doing Swamp because I don't have a way to kill dancing weapons. When I eventually acquire that, I will be doing Elf, but for now, Swamp is where I'm going. Okay. So yeah, I think it was Ripophalem that mentioned it earlier. Um, Starburst in Swamp is a pretty good thing because you just happen to destroy a bunch of trees without going out of your way to actually destroying them. Not that destroying trees is inherently good, but it can burn monsters on the other side of the trees. It can be pretty useful. Once again, I should get accustomed to not walking towards monsters if they're already in such a position that they would get hit by Starburst. We got Stun Arrow. Stun Arrow is not terrible. I'll learn that and start training a little bit of Earth Magic. I'm gonna need around 7 for Stun Arrow. I'll continue training for my armor skill later. By the way, I should check for 6% chance to miscast Starburst. It's not the end of the world if I put on the ring mail already, but I don't have to do it, so I'm not gonna do it until a bit later. Oh, the Eleonoma is healing from the trees. Might as well remove them. Scarf of Invisibility, we don't need that. I like my invisibility in potions, not in evocables that drain you for a lot whenever you use them, whether you succeed or not. In fact, it's been so long since I've evoked something for invisibility that I don't even know if it still drains you on a failure. Yeah, it's just not a thing that I tend to do a lot. That's not a great item. Yeah, it's not incredible. I feel like what I have right now is slightly better than that. I'm not meleeing with my hand axe, by the way. It is purely a sky weapon. I feel like I mention it literally every time that I stream, but in case you're unfamiliar with the term sky weapon, it is derived from a player called Sky who only played Spriggan Conjurer, and Sky never attacked anything with a weapon. What Sky did with his weapons was um, equip them for their other properties, not for their damaging properties. In this case, you can see that my Sky Weapon has 2 pips of resistance to negative, 3 intelligence, and 4 dexterity. And flight as well. Flight is useful for this specific part of the game and not much else. Um, but yeah, I'm using this weapon because of those properties, not because it's a plus 11 hand axe of flaming, even though that would be pretty useful at this point. To deal with Hydras or so if I was tankier. I think that I should be able to deal with this guy. Oh, come on. This guy's being pretty rude. My blinks have not been great. Wand of Light to finish up the job. Alrighty. Great. Yeah, Stun Arrow. How much damage is it dealing? It's already capped. I don't need to train any more Third Magic. I'll train that later. Once I have LRD, I'll have an incentive to actually train for it. But as of right now, since it's already capped in spell power, I literally don't get anything from training it. Yeah, it's a good thing that I also have Scorch. Scorch and Stun Arrow do not Stun Arrow does not make Scorch obsolete, is what I'm trying to say. Stun Arrow deals more damage, but Scorch ignores evasion, so yeah. Stun Arrow also has more range than Scorch. Yeah, for example, against this Spriggan Mage. Oh, it actually hit the Mage. That's weird. Mages have repel missiles, so it can be very difficult to hit them. Alrighty, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. The character is looking and feeling really good. I'm lacking a couple of things. I'm getting a lot of tentacle monstrosities here. Yeah, not the end of the world. You are seeing how well Stun Arrow gets rid of them. I'm glad that I got Stun Arrow right before starting to see the tentacle monstrosities. It's been pretty useful. Pretty useful so far. Oh, what's a sky weapon? It is a weapon that you wield for its non-weapon properties. So in this case, I have a hand axe with 2 pips of resistance to negative, 3 intelligence, 4 dexterity, and flight. And I'm using it because of those properties. It's like a really good ring if you think about it, instead of because it is a plus 11 hand axe of flaming, which is not that good of a weapon. It's pretty decent, but it is not a great weapon. It's not the kind of weapon that you would like to use after the early game. And I am now beyond the early game, but fortunately I'm not using it as a weapon. I'm using it as a ring. We don't want Scrolls of Silence here. Um, Not as a debuff without a weapon. Yes, some other characters can make some really strong use of Scrolls of Silence, not this one. Yes, it's kind of a stat stick. Sky weapon cause flying. I mean, the flying is a nice property on this sky weapon, but it is not quite that. Um, but yeah, stat sticks. Like when you mention stat stick, I imagine something that only gives you stats. Um, I know that it probably is not only that, but yeah, a sky weapon gives a little bit more than only stats. Okay, shouldn't have done that. I should have used my evocables. I don't need to line you up because I'm gonna use a wand of lights. There we go. The Ghostcraft barely took any damage. I should probably just get out instead of wasting non-replenishable resources. Okay, it's going well. Alrighty, let's take a look at you. 1% chance to banish me. I'm not afraid. I wonder if Scorch is gonna be enough to kill you. Probably not. On the other hand, I have Starburst. Yeah, 3 Starburst was enough to kill Louise. Pretty nice. Oh, I don't have poison resistance. It's an important thing to have here because Swamp Dragons. I should probably equip some poison resistance item. Yeah, sure. I'll get rid of my Ring of Evasion for this Ring of Poison Resistance. I can probably drop it. Swamp has been pretty easy so far, but I have a really strong character, so it is perfectly understandable. Yeah, Louise is a very dangerous thing to be fighting against. The banishment is something that only gets you once. Like, first time you get banished by Louise permanently scars you, and you're never gonna forget about it. I know because, like, at the time it was the best character that I had ever had. I was a Troll Berserker, and I got gold scales early, so I was pretty much unkillable, even though I was not a good player by any means. Um, and then I found Luis, and I was like, oh yeah, whatever. Like, I've been killing everything. I'm just gonna kill this Luis and move on with my game. And what happened was that Luis obviously banished me as a deep troll, as a sorry, not deep troll berserker doesn't exist. As a troll berserker, that kind of thing should never happen because troll gives you Troll's hand, so that gives you a ton of willpower, so you don't get banished. But new players are not gonna do that. Making use of all your resources is part of improving at the game, and it was like I was very fresh in the game. That was before my first win, as I already mentioned. That was the best character that I had ever had at the time with the gold scales. And Louise banished me, and then I just like ever since then, like that taught me a valuable lesson. Check the monsters. Back then, there was no inspecting the monsters the way that we currently can do. But I was playing with the Learn Database bot, so like looking up the new monsters, something that you could do already using an external tool is now something that you can do directly within the game. I don't think that is reducing the difficulty of the game, because some people in the non-gameplay video that I uploaded recently said that the game has gotten easier. I don't think so. I think the game has gotten more transparent, but it hasn't gotten easier by any means. In fact, if anything, it's gotten more difficult. I think that a lot of people agree with that. Attacks of opportunity and monster weapon attack delay changes have been brutal for win rates in the versions that they were introduced. Yeah, 0.27 was a pretty rough version in general. I don't have resistance to electricity, so I'd rather not be next to Baisushen. Can I push you away with Mystic Blast? No, I tried and I failed. Can I kill you with Starburst? Kind of. Baisushen tramples you but does no damage. That's lucky. You kill Baisushen. I have finished my manual of armor. Okay. It's okay. It's fine. Wish I had a little bit more mana. Thank you for providing, Gozag. Buy too fat. Yeah, when Baisushen transforms into a dragon, she loses almost all her evasion. Because dragons are very non-evasive, being giant monsters. What resistances do I need for Swamp? Pretty much a little bit of everything. I think that in Swamp you can get away with not having any resistances at all, as long as you're very careful and you only fight one thing at a time. The more likely you are to get into fights with multiple monsters at the same time, the more resistances you're gonna need. Like say you can get hit by every kind of damage pretty much in Swamp, except for electricity damage. Like what hits you with electricity damage in Swamp? Nothing that I can really remember, but like you get hit by corrosion damage and fire damage and cold damage and physical damage, lots of physical damage actually, and poison. Pretty much everything that is not electricity. If anything, I would like to have at least one pip of fire resistance, because will-o-wisps can deal a lot of damage to you if you don't have one pip of fire resistance. What do I train now? I don't really know. I guess I'll train a little bit of fighting. What if I equip this? 4% chance to miscast the Starburst. It's fine. It's not gonna be an issue. I still have one pip of willpower, and as a debuff, I don't need any more than that. And it gave me a pretty decent amount of armor class too. Yeah. Now I have 22 armor class, 22-14. The evasion hit is actually the most noticeable part of the whole ordeal here. I feel like if I get a little bit of strength, unfortunately I found this weapon right after leveling up, so I wasn't able to level up strength. I would be able to use this with zero complications. Okay. That killed Lerny, but I'm out of mana now. I will walk away for free because Gozag is super broken. Okay. We found Portal Projectile too, so it's working great with everything. Yep. No monster inspection? Oh my god, that sounds bad. Well, there was monster inspection, but it didn't show you half of this. I think it told you the damage of the monster. It didn't show you the resistance. It didn't show you a lot of things. But as the versions progressed, I cannot tell you exactly when what was introduced, because it's been a rather slow process to achieve what is it called? An inspect window. Yeah, like as transparent as this. If you go and play 0.8, 0.9, which are the versions that I started the game with, my first win was in 0.8, you will notice the difference. It will be immediate and absolute. It's super obvious how drastic the improvements to that screen have been throughout the versions. I am a big fan of what has been done to when it comes to transparency in crawl. Yes, I think that's a very good thing for the game. People shouldn't have to jump through 17 hoops to learn the basics of the game to play it. Which is kind of one of my main issues with NetHack. NetHack has so much depth in so many lame places. Like the depth that NetHack has is so dull and boring compared to what Crawl offers. That's why when I started getting into Crawl, that kind of killed my excitement for NetHack. Not to mention that, like, I will never forget that feeling that I had with NetHack. It was so drastic. I don't think that I have ever felt that drastically towards a game in my life. But I remember it very vividly. I was in the castle in NetHack. I got to the castle, I beat the castle, and I was like, now I have to go to every level that I have visited, gather every scroll and potion, and do my magical juggling with it. Like, blank the scrolls and do alchemy and turn potions into potions of water to bless or curse, depending on what I need to bless or curse some items, that kind of thing. And I was like, wow, that sucks, and I don't want to do it. And immediately afterwards, I realized that I didn't like NetHack anymore. And ever since then, yeah, I haven't been able to enjoy NetHack ever since then. I've played a little bit, but it's not an enjoyable process for me or like an enjoyable activity. That's why I have barely done it ever since I had that epiphany. Um, 27 rips for learning. You start in 0.28 and 0.29 came out in a week. So very recently, huh? Very, very recently, in fact, in this year. You love how Crow shows you your own damage now. Well, weapon and spell potential damage anyway. Yeah, that number is a bit obscure still, but it is kind of like a thing that you can point at and say, hey, but this has better damage rating. And more often than not, having better damage rating means dealing more damage. There's some situations where damage rating and damage are not exactly the same, or like something with lower damage rating can deal more damage versus things with like not that much armor class, for example. A concise example of that is a monster that has or a player that has a damage rating with a short blade and a long blade. The long blade is probably going to deal more damage per swing, and by extension, it's going to have a higher damage rating, but the short blade is going to attack way more. So if you have 10 slaying or so, the short blade is going to melt anything that doesn't have good armor class. However, for things that have a reasonable amount of armor class, you better switch to the big damage rating weapon. But that's about it. Yeah, just like disregarding that one instance, damage rating is pretty good um, at telling you what deals more damage otherwise. Alright, bolts. I have LRD now. I should probably train for it. Can get train it to 10 because I have 37 intelligence. Oh no, what have I done? I didn't want to do that. I removed exclusions and Auto Explore got me to open this. I wonder if that's actually what happened or if I typoed into something. I probably did. Been typoing into a lot of things. I need to trim my fingernails. Oh wow, plus 10 longsword. I'm gonna keep that in my inventory for the rest of the game because it's a very, very rare thing to see. You don't really get such highly enchanted dancing weapons. The plus 10 longsword turns to gold and falls from the air. Lame. Not really that much of an issue because I was not gonna use it anyway, but lame. Imagine being like going to D13 before entering there and seeing a plus 10 longsword. At that point in the game, a plus 10 longsword is like incredible. You know what? I'm gonna do elf instead. Yeah, I have LRD and LRD gets rid of dancing weapons. And I also have really good resistances, so I can deal with everything that the game presents me with here, I think. I would like to believe that. Um, you are immune to not fire. Okay. Jorgu, huh? That's not what I would like to see, you know, being out of mana and everything. But I have file of slots for you. And I will now proceed to Starburst until you die. Alright. Gozag. Yeah, pretty much. Got Gozag. Um, it's so rare to see another enchanted weapon, like at all. It is much more difficult to have one of those generate than to find an artifact that has plus 10. Yeah. Um, and you cannot enchant 2 plus 10 on your own. The cap is plus 9, so having a plus 10 normal weapon is like one of the rarest things that can generate in the game. Mm. You unfortunately decided to do Bolts 5 with the Formicid. Oof. Yeah, I would not recommend you to do that. Bolts 5 is a very dangerous level. You don't know how it's gonna go. So doing it with a Formicid where you don't have what? Oh, I presto. I presto. That's what happened. Um, Doing it with a Formicid where you don't have access to escape options can go very poorly. Um, Slime is, in my opinion, better, but probably the best third room for a Formicid has to be the Abyss. Um, you can probably avoid any situations where you would have to teleport in the Abyss. So, yeah, it's just the ideal state for a Formicid to be in. Mm. Ouch. I don't have resistance to electricity, and I just remembered. Okay, I'm gonna silence you so you don't kill me. And I'll acquire my resistance to electricity as soon as I can. I'm gonna get in here and equip my resistance to electricity. Oh no. Did you really have to appear while I was switching armor? So rude. Okay. You could have shafted to get a better starting. Yeah, that too. Almost always I shaft into bolts 5. Like even if I'm not a formicid, I like try to get a shaft or a hatch so I don't start in the middle. Starting from a corner is better because, in my opinion, well, like if you can start from a corner anyway, um, because you attract less monsters. Being right at the center of the level can lead you to making a lot of noise that will attract monsters from all the 4 quadrants, which can end in a very difficult fight for you to deal with. Mm. They walked in on me while I was changing. Yeah, pretty much. Fortunately, I was only taking off my armor. Imagine how disastrous it would have been if I had been taking off my boots. Um, +1 row of resistance to electricity. Not terrible. Not terrible. I like it. I wonder if I should equip that. I mean, it's gonna nuke my armor class. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I shouldn't get hit a lot. Oh, okay. I hadn't seen it. You probably noticed it immediately because you're watching Taos and I'm not watching Taos, but that changes everything. Goodbye this ring. Yes, goodbye that ring. That ring's never gonna be used again. Goodbye this other ring. Okay, so the Hat of the Alchemist just freed up so many things for me. Mm, Goodbye helmet. Goodbye robe of night. Goodbye this. Well, maybe that. Nah, no way. Yeah. Heart of the Alchemist is super duper broken. Um, Never let anyone tell you that the Hat of the Alchemist is bad because, like, look what I'm about to do thanks to the fact that I got the Hat of the Alchemist. To begin with, I got my mana regen already. I can now equip another ring of protection, or I can equip a ring of strength to wear my heavier body armor that I think I dropped. Yeah, just because it's a +4 ring mail. Mm. On a Formicid, you think you prefer the normal stills? Makes sense. Um, but yeah, I just wouldn't do Bolts 5 as a whole as a Formicid. It is a conclusion that I also came to after trying to do it one too many times. Yeah, in any situation where you kind of feel like you will need to teleport, not having the ability to do so as a Formicid is literally a death sentence. So I just avoid places that would probably force me to do that. I came to that realization a couple of years ago. I can tell you exactly when it happened. Give me a second. Um, It happened in 2014. Yes, I vividly remember the character. It was a Formicid fighter of Castlal where I was in slime and I killed the royal jelly, and then I found myself surrounded by slimes and I was like, I think I'm gonna die. And then I died. And I was like, oh, I probably shouldn't have gone into slime as a melee Formicid without any way to, not die to the resulting slimes. Um, yep, that's the moment when I realized that you should probably not do that kind of high risk thing whenever you're a Formicid. Um, Formicid Earth Mage use Shatter, like you did with Jin. Yes, you can do that in slimes. Shatter is not good against the slimes, they take half damage from it. Mm, gonna need another Ring of Protection or whatever. I guess I could equip that ring that I just dropped, like the ring of a ring of evasion, perhaps, or this ring. I'll equip it for a little bit. Yes, but this ring is probably gonna get replaced as soon as possible by a ring of protection. Wow, look at this! This is seriously good, high quality stats. Did my last character also get the Hat of the Alchemist? Because like I've gotten the Hat of the Alchemist, what feels like awfully frequently nowadays. I'm gonna go upstairs. Yes, these guys are kind of scary. Electrocution, battle axe, and flail of protection. LRD. How hurt are you? Okay, are you actually dying? Doesn't seem like it. I'm gonna read a teleport because I can. I don't think I die before I teleport. Good stuff. Yeah, it's better to pull the trigger on doing such things as early as possible. I should get that Ring of Strength. Yeah, I have it on D12. If I equip this instead of that Ring of Protections, Resistances, and I wear this Ring Mail, that will give me better armor class, like way better armor class at no sacrifice at all, pretty much. Yes, I like this. I like this a lot. Let's go back to Elf. And now the Dancing Weapon should deal slightly less damage. Are these? Yeah. Short blade dancing weapons are not that scary. You probably all know. But the bigger the dancing weapon is, the bigger the damage that it deals. And short blades don't deal a lot of base damage. So yeah, they're not that spooky. Mm, Alchemist background starts with Heart of the Alchemist and God of Alchemist, Gozag. Mm, there used to be. No, there never was like Alchemist background. Closest to that was Transmuter. I think all Transmuter and Stalker used to have the combination of like sublim. What was it called? Evaporate and something else. Fulsome Distillation, that was the spell. Yes, if you go back and play some very old crawl versions, just like taking into account that I've been talking about them quite a lot recently, zero point 0.8 and 0.9, I think they had those backgrounds and those spells. So what they did was like Fulsome Distillation, grabbed a corpse and turned it into a potion, depending on what monster you killed, depending on what the corpse was. Like you could get potions of decay or potions of water, potions of poison, and then you could use Evaporate to throw those potions and turn them into explosions, depending on what kind of potion you used. So potions of decay and potions of degeneration created miasma, and it was super broken. Is Kung Fu Dragon decent? I assume you mean Draconian Monk. Yeah, I mean it is kind of okay, but unarmed combat is not great unless you have some natural advantage at it, which pretty much means claws. Um, Draconians can get the tail slap even if you are using a weapon. Um, so yeah, it's not great, but it's not particularly awful when it comes to unarmed combat characters. It's not like worse than your average unarmed combat character. Um, you should still consider getting some form spells if you're gonna be doing that. Some um, dragon form is great as a draconian. You get extra benefits compared to any other species on your dragon form. Mm. You can also get storm form or statue form. Those are also okay, but dragon form is definitely the most fun with the least investment. You just have to get it castable, and you don't really need to care about spell power with dragon form. Unlike with storm form, where you absolutely do have to care about spell power. Okay, it's been kinda difficult to kill the dancing weapons, but that's about it. Gyre Gimbal. Okay, Gyre Gimbal is cool, but I'm not gonna use it this game. It would require me to sacrifice my shield slot, which I am not willing to do. Wee bit of stealth. You can absolutely get a little bit of stealth with pretty much any character that you can think of. Yes. Stealth is something that goes down to player preference. There's advantages and disadvantages to using stealth. If you are not used to playing stealthy characters, you will be kind of inconvenienced where when monster behavior is not as predictable as you would like it to be otherwise. And I have a lot of experience playing without stealth, so I just like don't bother with it. I almost never bother with it, is what I'm trying to say. It is a pretty strong tool on some characters like Formicid, because Formicid really needs to pick its fights. So if you get a little bit of stealth with Formicid, or with Naga, or with other species, it can be really strong. Have I won a Stabber character? Yes, I have won every species, every background, and every goth except for Ignis with an asterisk. I'll tell you about that in a bit. At least twice, yes. Some of them I have won many times. And I have won many stabbers. I have won stabber characters more than twice. I have never won an Ignis character, but I have won many Cinderacolite. It's just that I have not ever finished a game with Ignis. I just like abandon Ignis. Because Ignis is supposed to be a huge consumable that you eventually abandon. I don't know what to train, so I'm gonna get 15 spellcasting and 15 fighting and 15 dodging, because what else am I going to get? Yeah, the thing about stabbing is that eventually it's going to be very difficult, or you're not going to be able to do it unless you are guaranteed to be able to do it. Something that I would recommend you for stabbers is to try Uskayo. Uskayo invocations gives you guaranteed paralysis on everything. It ignores willpower, so you can even paralyze orbs of fire and leeches like this. And that is a very strong thing to have access to. This Halberd of Pain is kind of killing me. Okay, it died into LRDs. Pretty good. By the way, these guys are resistant, or that guy is resistant to Stone Arrow because it has repel missiles. Pretty good. Alrighty. No, I am walking right into the vault. Let's exclude that. I'll come back to that later. Demon Spawn mutations. Now try Uskoyo. If you want a stabber character, try Uskoyo, Kobold, whatever. Yeah, Uskoyo, Kobold, whatever. Whatever start you feel like can get you far into the game, far enough into the game for you to be able to do whatever. And then you just do that, and you train a lot of invocations. Get like 15 or 18 invocations. Uskoyo is a pretty strong invocations heavy god. Getting a lot of invocations can make it so that you can grand finale the moment you have access to it, which is a really strong thing to have access to, since grand finale literally just insta kills a monster. Very difficult to insta kill a monster in crawl. You're never guaranteed except with grand finale. Like you use grand finale and you target the monster and the monster is dead. That's how strong it is. But yeah. Have you ever played a Nuzcoyo character just like out of curiosity? Because what I'm saying sounds really crazy, but you don't really get the context until you actually play a Nuzcoyo character. Okay, let's see how this goes. Shouldn't be that terrible. Just closest to a win with Uskoyo, you were the Demon Spawn Necromancer, found a Vampiric Brodax and used Uskoyo, and that's how you beat Slime. Yeah, like if you're doing that, you can literally hold down tab and that will beat Slime. The combination of the Uskoyo paralysis and the Vampiric is gonna make it so that you're not gonna die there. Binestalker of Uskoyo is classic. It's Grand Finale, the Royal Jelly. Yeah, the Royal Jelly is not the slime god. It's the only, well, one of the few worshippers of the slime god. But if you get rid of the Royal Jelly, Jiva does not have enough worshippers, so that kind of does kill Jiva. It's a pretty cool thing about the in-game flavor. There's Dissolution, but Dissolution is not a real worshipper because when Jiva dies, or when the royal jelly dies, the solution, if the solution is still in the game, you still, or like the game still loses Jiba forever. I have made a mistake. Yes, I probably shouldn't have spammed LRD on this guy. Having scroll summoning here would be great, but I don't have it. What I do have, however, is immolation. And I can use that to kill this guy. I have 3 pips of fire resistance now, so it is significantly less dangerous for me to use immolation with butterflies now. A very cute combo. Oh, pretty good ring. I'll be interested in equipping that. Yeah, there's gonna be some changes to my gear in the near future. As soon as I get my hands on that ring. You're trying to get extended for your first win, got 14 runes of Demon Spawn with the Blood Armor, Blood Fire. Vampire Products of Yusko. You died in Tomb where you found out there wasn't stairs. Yeah, Tomb is gonna kill you if you don't know what's coming. It's just, in my opinion, it's the most ridiculous thing that is still in Crawl. Like, an unspoiled player will most likely not have a great time in Tomb. I take very specific characters to Tomb. Like, if I don't have Mummy form, I don't go to Tomb. And I don't need to have much else other than Mummy form. Mummy form is the most important thing, in my opinion. But a way to deal large area of effect damage is also really useful. But Mummy form is really king. Okay, 1321. I don't know. Not convinced. Oh, I'm not wearing my armor. Not wearing my armor. Let me equip it. Once again, I was walked on while switching body armor. Cool amulet. Not great, but cool amulet regardless. Not gonna use it. Fortunately, Gozag does not care about faith. Gozag only cares about how much money you have. Running low on mana. I'm gonna see if I can get. I didn't get mana nor brilliance. It's pretty rough. Oh, I did get mana. Sorry. I'm gonna get brilliance myself manually. I have 5. We can do it. Farcraft changes into a floating eye. That's pretty scary. Okay, fortunately it has like 3 HP, so it died immediately. Immolation. Get hit for acid, but I have the Hat of the Alchemist, so I'm not gonna dive to that. Explosions. Acid. Annihilator. Ouch. Big damage from Damnation. The entirety of the damage that I took that turn was that Damnation. Was it? No, I think I took a little bit of damage from Acid, but still. Damnation did the most damage there. It was a pretty good roll of Damnation. Close to the best possible roll. Okay, things exploded. I'm gonna walk out because I am at low HP, so I'd rather just go to the previous level and regen. It's a shame that I have to waste my consumables like that, but yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. And it's okay too, because it's not like I really care about losing the potions. Just a rather minor inconvenience. With Gozag, I will always have access to consumables. Okay. That guy held on for quite a bit. You know, Annihilators are not particularly robust. 67 HP and like no armor class, and it's tanking LRDs like crazy. 3 dice of 20, it says. Not particularly convinced with how poorly it was going, but the game says 3 dice of 20. Hey, it revived the Pyromancer instead of reviving the Sorcerer. That's super cool. Yeah, I figured that I was gonna kill the 2 of them, and I tried to kill the Pyromancer before killing the Sorcerer. Pyromancers have less HP, so it worked quite well. Alrighty. You try the sneaky stabber and end up using the singing sword and the shield of the gunk. Yeah, literally the opposite of a stabber. That's the lesson that I got taught by my 3rd winning character in Crawl. I have always mentioned it. It was a Spriggan Enchanter, and that character taught me that in order to play a successful Enchanter, you should try to not be an Enchanter. That's how you play an Enchanter, which is pretty lame. Yeah, you should try to not be a stabber. I kind of hated it when I first experienced it because, like, up until that point, like, I had won Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist twice before, or when I tried Spriggan Enchanter, and I was like, but I can play an Earth Elementalist for literally the entirety of the game, and it works. Why can't I do the same for an Enchanter? But it's just how the game is. At some point, you're gonna see monsters that are gonna wake up immediately, or you cannot hex, and then you cannot staff. It is, in my opinion, a pretty lame playstyle that is completely impossible to sustain on its own for the entirety of the game. If you play with Uskoyo, Uskoyo really helps you when it comes to that, but that's pretty much it. Uskayo, Wujian Kobold. Yeah, try Wujian Kobold. If you don't want to play Uskoyo, if you feel like you already know about Uskoyo and you want to try something different, try Wujian Kobold. Serpent Slash makes it so that you have guaranteed stabs. Yes, if you see a monster that's asleep, with Serpent Slash, you're guaranteed to stab it. It's a very strong synergy. Nice axe. Yes, it is. Oh, it's a nice axe indeed. Mm. Oh, you should have seen. The entrance to bolts had a +10 longsword, and I was so excited to win with that in my inventory. And then Gozag turned it into gold because I forgot that I was with Gozag. Funnily enough, I didn't forget that I was with Gozag when it came to troll letter armor, which always happens to me when I go Gozag. But it still happened to me in this run. Yeah, it can be pretty funny. Crawl is a pretty funny game indeed. Mm. Your first combo was Vampire Enchanter, and this was with Random Undead hanging out, and then you were a little upset it's not impossible. You have a Stabber with the Infinite Rampage boots. Yes, I have used 7 League boots, but not on a Stabber. I've used them on a depot. Actually, I had Tornado, well, Polar Vortex, and 7 League boots. So what I was doing was literally just running in into the middle of the entire monster band and then just casting Polar Vortex and killing monsters in like 2 turns like that. It was really strong. Ooh, 8 dexterity. Maybe that's better than what I currently have. It also gives me, well, poison resistance doesn't matter anymore. Fortunately, I got the Hat of the Alchemist. Um, yeah, I got it in Elf 1, the Hat of the Alchemist, so strong. I wonder if it's something that has a good chance to spawn in that vault. You know, the one where there's a bunch of elves and stuff, and there's loot at the end. It's like a little room. Mm, okay, going well so far. It's just that I am getting into some situations that can kill me. 7 League Boots wake up stuff? No idea if they wake up stuff. I've never tried. I think that whenever I rampage towards something with 7 League Boots, every time that I've done it, the monsters are already aware of my existence. We have been getting some really, really good gear. Really, really large amounts of slaying that we are not really taking advantage of, nor we will, since we are a deep elf that's not casting any melee. Yeah, not casting any melee, only casting spells. Um, Okay, scarf. Interesting. Hopefully it will be a good scarf. Unlike most of my characters, we don't want a scarf of resistance, which is what I got, of course. I would have preferred the scarf of repulsion way more. Um, yeah, it's funny how like I've had some characters that would have killed for a scarf of resistance, but this one doesn't really care about it. Yeah, not with these resistances. Look at that, I have 4 pips of willpower because I have 3 willpower items equipped. The hat, the buckler, and now the boots. It's very hard to say no to willpower items. Yeah, like this is so much willpower that I cannot get marked by bolt sentinels. 0% chance to get marked. This is gonna be a pretty smooth bolts experience. They allow the warrior to engage in combat in a single step, although it becomes impossible to remain stealthy when taking such stripes. While taking such stripes. That's literally taken from the description from 7 League Boots. Although it becomes impossible to remain stealthy while taking such strides, you can see it there. I think normal rampaging does let you staff. Same goes for Wujian martial arts. Like Wujian lunge lets you staff. That's why it works so well with kobolds. One of the few ways in this game to get guaranteed staffs. Funny thing, neither Wujian nor Uskayo existed when I first played Stabbers. I feel like I would not have such a negative opinion of the playstyle if those had existed when I was first playing Crawl, when I was a Crawl beginner. Okay. So wait, is that a blank load description? What do you mean, blank load description? You can press this combination of keys in your game, and it's gonna give you this prompt. Look up information about, and then you can look up literally anything that you want, including artifacts. Specific artifacts, of course. Random artifacts are never going to appear there because, well, they're random. And they're also pretty self-explanatory, so you don't really need to look up anything when it comes to them. Oh, 7 league boots, blank load description. They rampage but say can be stealthy. That is correct. You cannot be stealthy with 7 league boots. No status effects. The only thing they do is they let you rampage for full screen, but they also prevent you from stabbing when you're doing that. Very bad blink. Okay, I can walk away from you for a bit. I don't like the idea of walking into unexplored terrain. Oh, come on. Well, I guess it's fine. I should hopefully be able to kill this deep troll now. Okay. It was difficult to kill that guy. It would be nice to have another spell for my repertoire, but I don't think I found anything that I really want to use. The only level 9 that I found is Death's Door. Yeah. Maybe if I was to stumble upon Iron Shot now, I would like to have it. I would like to use it. I had it before. Maybe it's my punishment for not committing to Iron Shot. I think that I acquired something that I'm not even gonna use anymore. I think I acquired like a ring or so. Or did I acquire this buckler? The buckler is okay. It has 5 intelligence. Yeah, it's not terrible. But yeah, look at the amount of... This character has some pretty good gear. I'm astonished at the gear that this character has gotten. Gonna hop off soon. Advent of code starting on the hour. What is that? Yeah, just like out of curiosity. Advent of code. Sounds like some form of um, history show regarding coding. That's what the name tells me, but it might be something else entirely. So I would like to know. What is that? 25 days of coding challenges, Christmas themed. I lost half my HP there. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Think Advent calendars. So it's a show where people make random coding things for 25 days, one per day. Cool. I'm not one to code, but I feel I have a friend who is a programmer. She might be interested in taking a look at that. She might even be interested in replicating it, perhaps next year, if it's too late to do it now. It's not too late. I can let her know. She might want to do it. She might want to arrange something with her programmer friends. It's in situations like this where I would be very happy if I had some form of melee. But since I don't, I have evocables. Coding takes a special personality. I feel like the word that you're looking for is workaholic. I have noticed that in order to be a good programmer, you need to truly be absolutely and irrevocably engulfed in what you do, which is, yeah. I can do that kind of focusing thing for other things, but not for programming. Hey, look at that! I killed something in melee as a 5 strength deep elf. I killed a dire elephant in melee. That's so funny. I should have used the lightning rod instead, however. Ouch. Okay. Please, thank you. All right. There we go. Tanking monsters is still a rather bad idea, like tanking them in order to make them position in the ideal way for Starburst. But it is much more feasible now than it was earlier in the game, where like literally doing that for one turn would kill me or deal a lot of damage to me. Wislav, let's read this. The Wislav is very, very close to where I am, funnily enough. Let's go for it. Troll band. Something you really have to really have an interest in. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it. Like I see code and I appreciate it. It's like art in a certain way because you're taking nothing. You're taking a blank canvas or an empty notepad plus plus document and you're turning it into something. You're creating something out of nothing. So I think that it should be classified as art, like a good code should be classified as art. Borngjord's Mausoleum is a pretty difficult Wislav, probably one of the most difficult ones, and the loot is bad, so I just got out immediately. I'm not gonna be doing that. Every time that I've gone in there, I've run into trouble and I end up wasting scrolls of blinking. And yeah, it's best to avoid that. But it's always good to check for what Wislav you got because there's some that are not as complicated as that one. Oh, it's a website with a challenge every day that you solve. There are people that stream solving it, you guess. Okay, if you can hook me up with the website so I can directly send it to my friends, like put it on my Discord or something, I would appreciate it a lot. Enjoy your challenge. You feel bad for the people who went into software development due to job prospects in Silicon Valley and leave for tech to be undergoing massive layoffs this year. Yes, a star polemic, but on the other hand, and unlike people that go into arts and stuff, it's much easier for those people who have that kind of skills to magically become valuable on their own. Like, that is not to say that artists are not inherently valuable, but it is much easier for someone that has the ability to code to just start monetizing their stuff. Um, you are even like seeing it nowadays with stuff like Patreon and stuff, where like you can donate to your favorite artists, that kind of thing. I guess in this age we can monetize everything. Like you can literally monetize everything as long as you know how to do it. But when it comes to acquiring a job, a programmer can probably do it much more easily than other people, other artists. Um, yeah, yeah. A programmer can make things that are more obviously valuable to most people, in my opinion. That is not to say that a programmer makes things that are more valuable, but things that someone who thinks that art doesn't have inherent value can find valuable, that, in my opinion, are still artistic. Good code is artistic, in my opinion. Mm, adventofcode.com. A few years ago, it was auto industry. Until modernity is invented, you're not worried about biotech job prospects. Biotechnology is worrisome. Yeah, like I've always been afraid of the idea of cybernetic implants because I'm not really an idealist. I'm more of a realist in that regard. Like I know if eventually cybernetic implants like the ones that you would see in Cyberpunk, for example, become a real thing that you can acquire in real life, it's probably going to be some ridiculous thing like your Amazon implant, where you have to pay a monthly subscription fee or it just stops working and can potentially get you killed if it stops working at a wrong time. Yeah, it's a pretty awful, pretty dystopic if you think about it. So I'd rather not think about it. Yeah, that's Deus Ex. Deus Ex is also a good example. When I was younger, I tried playing Deus Ex. I mean younger as in I was like 15, 16 years old. All that I had access to was a computer with Windows XP, and I had Deus Ex. I tried playing it. It's I don't know. I've never really been too into those kinds of open worlds with a lot of quests that you do. Never been my thing. I prefer linear games a lot more actually. I feel like what I'm saying is something that most people who play games nowadays would consider even like um, heretical. But I like my linear games. I really enjoy experiencing the path that the developer intended me to go through. Like, if you think about it, Crawl is not that linear, but it does have a very well-defined beginning and end, and it has some things that you could theoretically consider side quests, such as Elf and whatever your option of third rune is, like with the ones that you don't get are gonna be side quests um, and the abyss and extended, like those, all of those could be considered side quests. But the thing is that you still play for a very decent chunk of game if you don't do those side quests. Whereas with something like Skyrim, the main quest is like 5 missions, not even exaggerating. Um, yeah, you can go through the main quest really, really quick. And then if you don't do all those side quests, you are not really getting all that you could be getting from the game. That's part of the reason why I've never been able to get into Skyrim. It's just too open-ended for me. Um, yeah. On the other hand, I'm appreciative of the gaming industry, or at the very least, the AAA gaming industry, for putting all the eggs on the open world basket, because that made me not want to play a lot of the games. And what you don't crave for, what you don't desire, doesn't make you suffer when you cannot acquire it. So it's been a pretty good couple of years for me. You could even go as far as to say it's been a pretty good decade for me when it comes to games, because I see all these open world games, all these Breath of the Wilds and Elden Ring to a certain degree, and I don't really feel like playing them. It's pretty cool. On the other hand, the games that I do like are the Crawls and the Rift Wizards, and in general, indie 2D games that I do want to play, and those are much more accessible. So yeah, I've not been suffering for video games ever since I got access to a computer that could run Steam, because the games that I like are not particularly expensive or demanding. So literally any computer that can run Steam without dying in the process can play the games that I like to play. It's pretty cool. Mm. Yeah, and precisely because of that, I am very excited to eventually acquire Steam Deck. I still don't have money for it, but I will try to sell. Like earlier this year, I got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but like as the game is right now, I don't really want to play at a high enough level, and so I get the chance to sell a lot of the cards that I have that are like kind of pricey. Um, so I can probably try to acquire Steam Deck. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to get $400 or so I can get the Steam Deck that I want. It would be nice. Mm, okay, I need mana to blink. Please blink. Okay, or do that. That's also okay. There we go. Killing mana might be difficult. Oh, or maybe not. Okay, okay. 3 LRDs got the job done. Pretty cool. Yeah, Menace, I didn't even comment on it. It's super obvious that this character is gonna have a very difficult time dealing with Menace. In fact, I should probably just deep dive this level, like just straight up skip it, because Menace is extremely, extremely dangerous for this character. Mm. Lots of monsters here in this entrance. Out of mana. I think the nerf to Entropy Weavers was very good for the game as a whole. I never liked how Entropy Weavers were just insane and they always corroded you. And I especially disliked how Entropy Weaver Simulacrums just like one-shot you with their 4 attacks that hit you for like 40 damage each. It was kind of insane for the point in the game at which they spawned. People don't like getting insta-killed, and those guys were pretty good at insta-killing you. So I'm glad they got nerfed. In case you're not aware, the nerf was reducing their hit dice quite a lot. That reduces the amount of damage that they deal as Simulacrum, and it reduces the amount of or the chance that they have to do certain things that are not just moving and attacking. And they also got the fighter tag, so now they attack more. Yeah, they got the fighter tag to compensate for the reduction in hit dice. So their melee was not affected by the nerf, mm, which is pretty cool. Yes, they got nerfed a while ago. It's a very minor nerf. Like they just got their hit dice reduced. If you're still in the roguelikes Discord, you can search for 0.28 Entropy Weaver and 0.20 or 0.30 Entropy Weaver, and you will notice the difference. Like it's just a hit dice reduction thing. Nothing too impactful, but it fulfills the role that it needed to fulfill at the end of the day. Mm. You spent 2K hours reading every book and exploring every nook and cranny. Linear video games are just books. I like books. Well, to assume everything won't collapse before that point. Yeah, things will collapse before that point. That's also a very real possibility that I've been aware of. Like a huge scale societal collapse might happen in the near future because the current socioeconomic system is evidencing itself as unsustainable, as philosophers and academics have known for centuries at this point. It is entirely unsustainable, and I really genuinely anticipate a collapse to happen in the near future. It's a collapse that has been procrastinated for several decades. Like as soon as things were going bad, oh now like women can work, and now there's more income coming in to the household, so the effects of the system are less obvious. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of videos on that. Um, there's a lot of crazy knowledge out there. I watch a lot of videos from universities and stuff where they talk about that kind of thing. I don't want to say explain because it's not really explaining, it's just an interpretation. But it is an interpretation that makes sense to me. So yeah, I can see why people have certain stances on certain stuff. Mm, pretty cool. Mm, mm, the sex, you need a special medicine to make your implants work, and you're too poor, you just die because your implants get rejected by your immune system. Linear video games are just books. I like books. Open world games are just books where 80% of the pages are pointless. That's a very good way to describe why I don't like open world games. You make a lot of sense. That's something that I appreciate. Thank you for that. I'll now steal that for the rest of my life. Yeah. Linear games are just books, and open world games are books where 80% of the pages are pointless. That's great, great description. Will I get a form? No. I could get statue form, but I'm not gonna get a form. Mm. Perfect game is if you take Dark Souls combat with invade system as a Dreadric god with more whims, world and lore. Not Dark Souls, Mountain Blade. Mm. Morrowind did the open world right, but they're annoying to swing and miss because combat is D&D. Oh, D&D combat. D&D combat works on turn-based games. It doesn't work on real action games. Dark Souls combat does it very well. in that regard. I also like Sekiro combat. I've never finished Sekiro, but I've played a good chunk of it. I played up until after the first Genichiro fight. It took me a while to get that fight, but after I got it, I was doing it with like not taking any damage at all. Yeah, Sekiro is a pretty cool game. It's a rhythm game disguised as an action game, but it is a pretty cool game regardless. I like the mechanic of like doing the rhythm thing that you need to do to parry, to not take poise damage, to not explode. It's done very well in my opinion. Anyway, I'm gonna re-teleport now. Yeah. That was not looking very good. I didn't have a corner for those Yaktars. And unfortunately, I don't have Firestorm, so I cannot really afford to fight those things like that. I have Starburst, but Starburst sometimes won't get the job done. Anyway, it's fine because I have a lot of scrolls of teleport. I have 10. So I don't really lose anything by using them so liberally. Society evolved faster than us humans who use technology instead of natural selection, and we're making AI a thing. We're replacing ourselves. But the thing about AI is that it's not that difficult to control AI, at least as it is right now. Who knows if we eventually get to the point of the singularity where we have self-conscious AI and that kind of thing that where we create artificial life. Well, I say we, but I never liked saying we. I feel like saying the scientists create artificial life. Mm, that's more precise. Hopefully, I don't live to see that because I don't like the whole mess of ethical and philosophical questions that brings to the table. I'd rather not think about that. Too complex. Too complex. Kerry thinks is the AIs who failed the Turing test on purpose. Oh yeah, like who knows if we already have some of those. Oh come on, it didn't die. Well, it's fine because I have evocables. Evocables are my friends. I like that even if I get out into a situation where I'm out of mana, I still can function as a character because of the evocables. For a character like this one, using evocables is such a valuable resource. I kinda shied away from using them for a very long time, but yeah, I have seen the light. They're such a valuable resource. I guess at the end of the day, you need to be able to do something that you can use to kill monsters whenever you run out of mana. Because if you're playing a character that spams stun arrow, or that spams the spells in general, you're going to inevitably run out of mana. That's just a thing that's gonna happen. Unless you're a Jhin. Jhin can go through the entirety of the game without ever getting melee because they casting spells is so cheap for them compared to other characters. Just a stack regen and you're good to go. And Jhin are so ridiculously powerful. I like Jhin a lot. They're one of my favorite species in this game, but they're not my favorite species. Yeah, I think my favorite species is Deep Elf. Deep Elf is the species that truly got me to love Crawl, and the reason why I'm still playing it after so long. We got something under asleep. Apparently the human brain uses quantum computing with liquid and tightly dense areas. Cool. Quantum computing, human brain. No wonder people estimated the processing power of the human brain to be very very low, like lower than decades old processor, because quantum processors are completely different. Pretty cool area of of technology. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. What was that? It was pretty bad. It's funny because that letter armor is worse than a render that I've had for the entirety of the game. Yeah, like literally the first render that I found was a +3 letter armor of resistance to negative, and that's a +0 letter armor of resistance to negative as a randart. Pretty underwhelming how randarts can be sometimes, but such is their nature. They're random after all. And also, I shouldn't complain. It's not like I need to have a good Randart. Okay, I have LRD, I suppose, for the Golden Dragon. Whoa, look at the damage. That was 3 LRDs, and it almost died from 3 LRDs. Crazy. I didn't think that I was gonna kill it that easily with LRD. How much damage is it dealing? Still 3 dice of 20. I guess makes sense because I haven't really been training the skill. And yeah, it's gonna be lifted, I suppose. Limited. Okay, to ones and O's. Humans naturally use quantum computing, and we cannot replicate that yet. Yeah, it's gonna happen soon. There's already some quantum processors, isn't there? Or aren't there? But they're not available to the public, and they're not gonna be available and to the masses for many, many years because it's a very complex technology. It's still in its infancy. Alrighty, we are done with bolts. I'm not going back to menas. I guess we're going to do spider now. Sure, we're gonna be doing spider. Oh, ice cave. It's cool. I have a good cold resistance and starburst. I should be able to do spider. Also, I'm gonna switch to scorch. Quiver, Scorch, because the Scorch is... Oh, I quivered LRD by accident. I mean, I guess that also works, but it's kind of pricier than Scorch. So Stun Arrow doesn't really work in Spider because all the spiders have a lot of evasion, so I'm never gonna hit anything. Okay, hopefully I can kill all of these guys before the ice cave runs out. Okay, magic mapping. Where's the ice cave? Where's the ice cave? It's all the way over there. There's a ghost bolt. I wonder what it has. I don't think at this point I'm craving any kind of loot except for a book that has Firestorm. That would be something that I would put a lot of experience towards if I found it. As it is right now, my character would probably have some serious issues with Orbs of Fire. I don't have a good way to kill them. Orb of Destruction, Iron Shot, Crystal Spear is something that I'm gonna need with this character. We do get a book, but it is not a book that satisfies my needs, so I'm gonna leave that alone. I still need to find problems that those computers are supposed to solve first, I suppose so. They can take on exponentially larger amounts of information. Because you're taking binary system 1.0, doubling information carried per byte. Okay, does 1 exist or not? Does 0 exist or not? And the information changes. Because I looked at it, but it's also something else because I'm not looking at it. Like how semiconductors work. Super resistant to current, but become a superconductor under certain environment. Yeah, pretty cool. I want to see what's in here. Okay, it's a lot of stuff. I can probably go in Meteor and Fire Elementalist with 116 HP. That guy died so early into the game that I am a deep elf and I have more HP than a Meteoran. It's kind of crazy. Those guys have +2 HP and I have -2. No, they have +1. I have -2. So yeah, quite a gap in HP aptitude there. Okay, I'm clearing the entirety of the level. I should probably just run to the ice cave already before it wears off. Yeah, still have a lot of time, but I don't wanna, be stuck in a ridiculous situation as Kroll tends to throw to players and not be able to go in. Matter is weird. Look into Agnatism and that whole Demiurge folklore. Yeah, no idea about those things. Okay, let's go into this ice cave. We shall see how it goes. Scorch should be good at dealing with these guys. That was a Spriggan Defender simulacrum, very spooky. But Scorch ignores its substantial Spriggan evasion. Pretty cool. I still fly. Yeah, this axe has been really good. The flight on it has been surprisingly useful. By the way, I think that the only thing that this character is missing is really the ability to deal with orbs of fire. I still do not have that. Once I acquire that, I think that I'll be good to go, to just go straight down to SOT and win the game like that. Okay, Mr. White Very Ugly Thing, can I do anything to you? I can do Mind Burst, you barely resist. Mind Burst. Barely resist, come on. Okay. So it had an 83% chance to succeed. I used it 4 times and it resisted it twice. I think the numbers in Kroll are particularly accurate. I think that Kroll often lies to the player when it comes to those things. Or as they say, variants can be very clumpy at times. Yeah, something truly randomized can give you unfortunate results, such as, for example, in Magic drawing 7 lands. Yeah, if you play Magic the Gathering, you will know that drawing 7 lands is a pretty bad thing. You, in general, don't want to be in the receiving end of that ever, but it can happen, and such is randomness. Is this the one with the Ice Fiends? I think this is the Ice Cave with 2 Ice Fiends. This is gonna be awful if it is. Not looking forward to it. Hey, look at that, Randar globes, not Randar globes. Let's take a look. Globes of Hurling can be left on the floor. I'm using Globes of Dexterity, which are good enough. They're what I need right now with this character. According to Agnotism, Demiurge is a being who was cast out by Pure Being, wanted to create his own world, so he created matter, and this is the whole soul, isn't part of the body explanation. Very interesting. I see. Cool. So where did that come from? Is that like part of some mythology? Because it really sounds like it's part of some mythology. In general, religious beliefs of some, like of cultures in the past are something that I find interesting to sometimes read upon. Ever since I was young, I was interested in those things, like specifically Greek mythology back in the day, because their gods are not like the traditional Christian Catholic gods, in the sense that like the almighty being illustrated in their mythology is barely a participant. Like stories depict it, and it does exist in the mythology, but it barely is a character, as opposed to the Greek mythology deities, who are very protagonistic in their own stories and stuff, and they frequently meddle in mortal affairs and pretty much use mortals as means of entertainment. That's what I found so interesting when I was younger. Um, Probably when I was young, I wouldn't be able to describe it the way that I do now, but yeah, those were the things that I found interesting when I was younger. Okay, surprisingly enough, there were no ice fiends here. I really thought that I was gonna see some ice fiends. It's a very pleasant surprise to see that there were none. Okay, we got Polar Vortex. It's not Firestorm, but it is a level 9 spell that wins you the game. Um, I should do it. I mean, it's not like I am gonna be using that experience for anything else anyway. Pretty good thing that I have a lot of cold resistance because I can just walk through the clouds without dying in the process. Okay, that compensates for the Wizlab that I wasn't able to go into. Late Ice Cave. Yep. Spider 1 Ice Cave. I take it. I'm not gonna complain about it. Not that an early ice cave, or even that ice cave earlier in the game, probably wouldn't have been that much of an issue because I have had Starburst from the very beginning of the game, um, so yeah, would have been okay even if I had found it um, like on D14. I think that the same ice cave I would have probably been able to do on D14. The only issue that I could see with that would be, the fact that I was not that tanky on D14, so I probably would have run into issues with the large amount of damage that the ice cave threw at me. Mm. Oh, resistances as well could have been an issue. But I think by D14 I already had this ring, right? Yes, I did, because I bought it in Orc 2. And I bought it immediately as I saw it. Okay. I have always found it slightly funny how, in order to protect yourself from orbs of destruction, you have to take cover. Like it very briefly takes scroll and turns it into kind of a shooter game. If you think about it, turn-based shooter game. Did you know that the idea of a turn-based shooter game already exists? It's called Super something, Super Hot, I think it's called. It's a game where the enemies only move when you move. So if you're not moving and you're not doing anything, you can take your time to do like whatever you want. It's a pretty cool concept to be applied on a shooter game. I've never played it myself, but I know of the game. One of these days, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna play it for myself, and it's gonna be cool. The concept is pretty nice. It also has a VR version. That one I will probably never try because I don't think that VR adds a lot to the experience, but it is kind of interesting regardless. Doomarel is that, but Doomarel is more of a roguelike with guns. If you were to describe Doomarel as a turn-based shooter, you would also have to crawl with a launcher as a turn-based shooter because they're pretty much the same thing. Like weapons in Doomarel are pretty much like launchers in Crawl. Like they have their gimmicks and stuff, but they're mostly like launchers in Crawl. And then you have things like rocket launchers and that kind of thing. And those are like spells in Crawl. Fireball. Would have liked to um, would have liked to get some mana here, which I didn't get this time. It's okay, however, because I got invisibility. I also got it for rather cheap, so I can just walk away. Yep, walk away. I have mana regen, so I'm back to full mana very quickly. I still have the might, not that it matters because I'm not meleeing anything. Mm. Lots of monsters here. Very worrisome. I think that I shouldn't go down those stairs anymore. Super Hot is the most innovative shooter you've played in years? Is a meme? Slow-mo, not quite time frozen. Oh, it would be cool if it was actually time frozen. I thought that it was a slow-mo because people were playing it in VR in like the video capture that I had seen. They were just like accidentally moving because not we don't have like absolute perfect control of our bodies. That's why I thought it was only moving when you were moving. Still pretty cool regardless. You'll get the meme when you play it. I suppose so. Is it something like the Kicks Alive? Because it kind of sounds like it. Sun Moth. You're immune to fire, aren't you? You're resistant only. Okay. Okay, that means that I can spam Starburst as I have been doing for pretty much the entirety of the game and kill you. Alright, pretty good. Like this. If I get barbed, we would be in problems. In trouble. It was okay. I like this character. This character has been doing surprisingly well. I don't feel like I'm playing perfect, but I just feel like the game provided me with everything that I need to play rather poorly and still be able to have a very, very successful character with all these resistances. The 27 evasion also helps a lot when it comes to mitigating damage, to be completely fair. I wonder if I should get a little bit of shields, like 5. Because, yeah, I have 1s and 0%, but still, gonna get a little bit of shields. And ice magic. This is really something that is said in the game. Super Hot is the most innovative game, most innovative shooter I've played in years. It's a pretty fun thing. Because if you turn it into a meme, people are gonna say it, and then there's people that are gonna be out of the loop. They're gonna read that and they're gonna buy it, and then they're gonna buy the game. Yeah, it's a pretty genius marketing ploy to include that as a meme in your game. Alrighty. That's a ghost moth, and I don't have see invisible, and that's a sun moth. Okay, I'm glad that I didn't go invisible for the ghost moth because it would have been would not have done a lot. Yes, it would have been rendered moot. But yeah, Super Hot has always appeared to me as a very interesting shooter. I don't like playing multiplayer games as a whole, and much less so multiplayer shooters, but I have a slight interest in single player campaigns of shooter games. Like, for example, I played the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare single player campaigns, and I never ever played multiplayer in those games. I only played the single player campaigns, and I found them interesting. Um, Mexico was knocked out of the World Cup at group stages. Do you care? Not really. I couldn't care any less. I have. I'm mostly surrounded by a lot of people who do care, and apparently it's because the selection that was taken to the World Cup is mostly or like they didn't really have a lot of experience playing with each other. Like they were drafted for the World Cup like a couple of days before they actually went there, and they were just used as marketing tools for the companies here, so they could put them in advertisements, and so they could say they went to the World Cup, that kind of thing. instead of actually, forming a team that could do well. But I couldn't care any less because I don't follow soccer. That's just what I have read from people that actually do follow soccer. Um, Invisibility and LRD and LRD again. Oh, did that kill the thing? No, it didn't. Okay, I'm out of mana. No, not really. I can do one more. Fortunately, one more was all that I needed. More of a puzzle game. You unlock challenges with restrictions and special abilities later. That reminds me a little bit of Doom. Doom 2016. Which I played and I greatly enjoyed. I have not played Doom Eternal. I didn't buy it when it released because I was not so excited for it. I figured that I could wait. Um, I have mentioned it in the past, but my tastes in video games and what I'm looking forward in a game make it so that if a game is 3D and like AAA and all of that, I'm much less likely to be interested in it. I tried Doom 2016 because I have already played a lot of Doom RL when I got the chance to buy Doom 2016, and I played it and I enjoyed it. Yeah. I don't like it that much. It's not like, oh, it's my favorite game ever or anything. I feel like if I was to make a top 10 of my favorite games, it probably wouldn't even feature in the top 10. But I appreciate it. It was much more palatable than your average open world game for the reasons that I've already mentioned regarding open world games. Mm, I don't like this. Arachne. Oh, this is getting pretty rough. Can I use Fear here? Not Feared even Arachne. Good enough. The Starbolt. Yeah, it's a pretty rough Starbolt. And if it has Arachne in it, I probably shouldn't. Yeah, and when I went in, I was thinking, oh, I hope that I don't have to retreat. Because if I have to retreat, we would be in trouble. And I was in trouble because I had to retreat. I ended up having to use a consumable. But you know what? It was low value consumable. Nothing of true value was lost, aka no scrolls of blinking lost. Donald the Adventurer. Unfortunately for you, Donald, I have Blink. Do not be next to you when you are trying to hit me while hasted. You're still not mighty, but I'd rather not wait for you to be mighty. Okay. Sorry. It's been a while since I've streamed, and I very rarely talk otherwise. I don't have a lot of people to talk with in my everyday life, apart from the days where I do go out and socialize with people. So I have a little bit of an issue when it comes to my throat. This is something that I also had happen when I used to work at call centers. Um, yeah, I got home and I got like a sore throat from talking so much. Mm, Yeah, it's crazy. I don't really miss those days. I miss the pay of those days because it paid me relatively well. Like I can tell you, oh, I used to win like $6,000 a year. That's actually what it was, $6,000 a year, and like some benefits. And you may think, oh, $6,000 a year is like nothing. But in Mexico, well, at least back when I worked those jobs, 2017, 2018, $6,000 a year was actually quite a lot, way above the average in Mexico. Um, so yeah, it was nice. I wouldn't take a job that paid that much nowadays because now it is still good. It is still above the average in Mexico, but it is not enough. I don't feel like it is the same as it was when I took that job originally. Mm, Not to mention that I know what it's like to work jobs like that now, so I have that kind of like psychological resistance to submit myself to that again. Yeah, it was rough. I do have to say, however, that my first call center slash service desk job, it wasn't that terrible. I didn't have such intensely negative experiences as I had in the second one. The second one is the one that like made me not want to submit myself to that kind of life again. At the end of the day, I would say that quality of life is probably the most important thing in life. And I actively try to not submit myself to long-term stuff that will like decimate my quality of life the same way that working that job was doing. Yeah, it's just a lot of it's not pressure, but like the way that the recruiters and the trainers described it, it was like, oh yeah, the company is always watching, and if you even think about like doing something that you shouldn't do, you will pay the price and you will go to jail. There was this story that they told us when they were recruiting us that there was this person that was actually capturing like card numbers and stuff, and that person got extradited to the U.S. and went to jail. And like I was not gonna do something like that. Like I'm not stupid. I wouldn't like to go to jail. But yeah, like the thought of like working a job having that kind of power over someone is was kind of like spooky to me. I was not particularly concerned to be presented with the temptation of doing something like that because I have very strong morals. Like I wouldn't really do that to someone because I wouldn't want that to be done to either me or one of the people that I'm close to. So yeah, I wouldn't really be worried about that temptation. Um, let's see if I can kill this thing. I'm running low on things that I can do versus ghost mods. I've been getting quite a lot of them, unfortunately. But anyway, between that kind of psychological assault and like borderline threats and the experience of talking to people and having people lie or like even if they were telling the truth on the things that they were telling me when it came to that job, it was still a pretty messed up experience that I was like, I don't want to have anything to do with that again in my life. Which is a shame. Those jobs were rather well paid, as I already said. Mm, I'm just talking about that kind of thing because I don't have much to say when it comes to this character. There's been some very awkward situations for this character, but um, yeah, that's just how Spider is for a spellcaster. Not much to do if you're running around without seeing visible and you happen to stumble upon a ghost moth that will give you some trouble. Why am I not using the Robe of the Knight? Yeah, that's gonna increase my armor class a lot and it's gonna give me See Invisible. Crazy because I didn't think that I was gonna be using that again. Way better than what I was using. Yeah, now I have 20 armor class. And I have See Invisible, so I know where the ghost mods are, and I know when I'm gonna be getting into a fight with a ghost mod. Mm. Agnes with a vampiric Gladiator tank. That might be difficult to kill, but she didn't notice me, so I was able to just walk away. I don't think that can hit me. Yeah, I think it's just an orbital orb of destruction now. Oh. Oh, it's still alive. Ooh, it can hit me. Okay, I find that pretty funny. Pretty funny indeed. But only because I have Blink. If I didn't have Blink, that wouldn't have been so funny. Yeah, it's not that difficult to set up an orbital orb of destruction. Okay, and yes, unfortunately for you, I have LRD, which should kill you unless you hit me and heal a lot, which fortunately doesn't happen. Scarf of Resistance number 2, Scarf of Shadows. Nah. Yeah, I think that I would rather get a real cloak. Any kind of cloak would do. In fact, so much that I could just enchant the one that I have. And I have 7 scrolls with enchant armor. Yeah, let's just do it. No reason not to do it. Even if I get a better cloak later on, it wouldn't really be that much of a loss because I'm not planning to enchant body armor with this character. Anyway, I don't know what else to do now. Oh, I should check on my progress on Polar Vortex. Um, Geez, this is still impossible to cast. How is this thing looking? 10 Ice Magic. Is that right? Like, why is it impossible to cast with 10 Ice Magic? It should at least be 99%. What about Refrigeration? Yeah, Refrigeration is much more castable. I'm gonna get that just to have a nice mixture of damage types between Fire Magic and Cold Magic. Let's go do Depths. Yes, I don't think that I'll be doing Bolts 5. Cool. What does that book have? I think Volume 7 is not great. Yeah, it doesn't have anything that I'm too interested in. So yeah, I don't particularly feel compelled to open that. Hold on. Jump away from the Atin because they kind of hit hard. Okay, I have LRD for this. Pretty cool. Big fan of actually having LRD. Lets you do some pretty fancy stuff, such as using it on crystal in these crystal bolts. Positional magic, am I right? One of the few things that I don't like about Starburst that I did like about Bolt of Fire / Bolt of Cold is the fact that Starburst is not gonna work whenever you're next to Crystal. Like, Crystal makes a Starburst not work unless you wanna expose yourself to the possibility of getting hit by a lot of your own bolts. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm starting to think that this was a huge bolt, and I made a lot of noise by using LRD on the Crystal. I suppose it's my bad. But because I have reduced line of sight, I have issues identifying things. That tends to happen to me quite a lot. Whenever I am playing something that has reduced line of sight, such as Kobolds, or in this case, this character with the Robe of Night. Okay, this time the Golden Dragon is actually tanking the LRDs quite well. I wonder why last time I tried it died in 3 LRDs. Those are some pretty bad potions. Let's try again. No mana. All 3 options have Cirque. It's the first time that it's ever happened to me, but yeah, there's the possibility of all 3 options having a Cirque, which is not good for a spellcaster. Oh no, it's not good. Okay, thank you for the freeze low, Gozag. Still no mana. I'm starting to think that I should probably stop doing this. I can get haste. Yeah, sure. I don't have potions of mana. Nope, 0. 0 have generated, other than the one that I started the game with, because spellcaster. Pretty lame. Okay, I got my kills. Unfortunately, still have to get rid of that Vampire Knight. Oh, is it voiding the water? It flies, doesn't it? It doesn't fly. Okay, that's why it's avoiding the water. At the very least, I got Brilliance, so my mana regen from the amulet was enough to make it sustainable to continue fighting. Okay. So I have learned my lesson. I'm not gonna just sit there and wait to get mobbed until I have to teleport out. Just gonna kill a couple of things and retreat, come back, etc. etc. Scroll of poison. Alright. We don't really need that. We have a lot of scrolls of poison already. How's refrigeration doing? 9%. 12 ice magic. Okay. Okay, so refrigeration deals less damage to monsters that are closer together now. It's the opposite of ignition. This looks like a good position to try it. Didn't really deal that much damage to these guys. And resistant to fire and cold. That would be why. Lots of monsters. I have Wand of Light. I'll use a charge of that. Big damage. The Fire Dragon is not gonna get killed by Starburst, unfortunately, but I might be able to kill it if I just cast Refrigeration. Should I get Strength? I think I have a reasonable amount of armor skill. Should I get Strength? No, let's just get Intelligence. I'm going for a level 9 spell. Might as well just get Intelligence. So yeah, with 42 intelligence, my polar vortex is still at 100% chance to fail. Makes you appreciate how much of an influence Behemoth has in that. Okay, I ran out of mana. My bad, shouldn't have done that. Condenser Vein? Poison again? That's pretty lame because poison is not gonna do anything here. Ice Blast will kill the dragon, however. Yes, okay, I wonder if the Iron Throw will die to poison, and it did. Now I don't have a way to kill these Vampire Knights. Oof. Pretty rough to be walking around with like no charges of experience evocables and no mana. The Amulet of Mana Regen has been such an important part of this character. Okay, that's kind of worrisome. I was not expecting to take that much damage so quickly. Okay, yeah, it's been pretty rough. We're still going, huh? You know what's happening right now? I got into a fight with one of those disgusting bolts that encompass half of the level, that are like right in the middle, that are full of really difficult to kill stuff. That's exactly what's been happening right now. It is kind of my own fault, to be completely honest, because I did cast LRD on that bolt. But it's still a pretty annoying thing to be in the receiving end of, especially with something like a mage that cannot like fight endlessly like a melee character would be able to do. Yep, Depths 1 just being Depths 1, I suppose. How are things looking? 4% chance to miscast, and finally we crack the 100% chance to miscast Polar Vortex. Looking pretty good. By the time I go to SOT, I should be able to cast that. Yes, I'm a deep elf with 42 intelligence. I really should be able to do it. Even in a worst case scenario, I can just get an amulet or a ring of wizardry. Yeah, there's one right there for 20 gold. Very, very accessible to a Gozag worshipper. As the last time that I played Crawl, I have enjoyed the experience, but I feel like it's it's a bit overstayed its welcome at this point. Like I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna win at this point, but it's just that I still have a lot of game to go through. I think that crawl should be even shorter. It's crazy coming from the game that used to last for like 12 hours. Like my first win took me more than 12 hours. Let's see how long it actually took me. Give me a second. I'm checking. My first win took me 22 hours and 50 minutes. My first win took me that amount of time. Um, Pretty crazy. But yeah, now I have this character that I've been playing for roughly 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I already feel like I'm done. Do not misunderstand me. Like I definitely still enjoy crawl. It's just that I feel like it maybe should be a teeny tiny bit shorter. Just like Hellcrawl was. If you have never played Hellcrawl, I guess I should say Hellcrawl is because it's not like it stopped existing or anything. Hellcrawl is a fork made by Hellmonk, a fork of Crawl, obviously. Mm, where the game is shorter and more intense, and you're more heavily punished. When am I playing super hot? When I get a computer upgrade, perhaps, and when I buy the game. I don't have it. I was just talking about it and how like I thought it was pretty cool and how it was the closest thing to a turn-based shooter that I could think of. The Glaive of Uncertain, that's pretty cool. It's not good, not a good item. I would probably not use it unless I had a lot of willpower. Mm. But I'm probably gonna win with it in my inventory because it's called the Glaive of Uncertain Death. You're immune to fire. Yeah, I wish I could kill these guys with. Oh, I have a polar board, or I have refrigeration. You need to keep that in mind. Refrigeration is now a thing that I have access to. It's gonna be good where when Starburst is not. Mm. Okay, let's see if I don't just pull half a level's worth of enemies again by doing this. Um, it was especially disastrous because I was out of mana. I feel like if I had unlimited amounts of mana, as if I was a worshipper of Behemoth or something, it would have been an easier experience. Gozag is strong, but Gozag is, in my opinion, not as great as Behemoth for a character like the one that I'm playing right now. I don't know what has Gozag truly apported to this character. Yeah, from my experience playing it, I cannot really tell you if Gozag has been like a priceless thing. Not even when it comes to the amount of money that I got. Like, I have bought some pretty strong items for sure, but I don't think I've spent more than the amount of money that I would have acquired naturally otherwise by playing a different god. Yeah, I also got 3 acquirements, so if I really needed money, like money wouldn't have been a concern with 3 acquirements. Mm. I've not gotten shops and I have not used the bribe ability. I will probably use that for SOT 5. After all, I do have a substantial amount of money saved up with Gozag. In the Gozag bank, I miss the old refrigeration. The old refrigeration would have been incredible in that position. The spell is significantly more situational now. This is my first experience with refrigeration ever since it got nerfed. I think it also doesn't ignore armor class now, which is, in my opinion, a pretty lame change to the spell. Just an arrow, okay. Ooh, look at that. Why is there an ice fiend just like walking around in the level? Sure. I mean, if it tournaments me, it's gonna deal significantly less damage to me than it's gonna deal to those sized dragons. So I'm not particularly concerned. Yeah, I also had 3 pips of resistance to negative. Yeah, at some point I got the third pip. Hmm. I have had it for what feels like forever now, actually. Pretty good. So, I just realized that I only have 1 pip of fire resistance. Why is that and how do I fix it? How do I fix it? Oh, it's because I was using a robe that gave me fire resistance and I took that off. Okay. I'll probably figure something out for Sot. Yeah, because I Sot with only 1 pip of fire resistance is actually really dangerous. That also explains why I was actually getting hit pretty hard by the fire giants. Makes perfect sense. Yikes. Oh, you have cold resistance. Why am I doing that to you if you have cold resistance? Um, okay. Reposition a bit so I don't get hit by that guy, which hits pretty hard with its +8 battle axe. And just finish that guy off with some experience evocable usage. Funny books. Yeah, funny books that I already have, so I don't really gain anything. Shock, Swiftness, and Airstrike. It's a bit too late into the game. At this point, I don't think that Swiftness matters that much, so I'm not gonna get it. But if I had gotten it early, I would have been very happy to add it to my inventory of spells. Yes, by 2023. The plan was going to be to start test streaming by December, but then my uncle's thing happened, and I really haven't been streaming in YouTube or in Twitch since, or at all. So I'm probably not gonna be doing that. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be delaying that plan for a bit. Mm. I also want to cut down on the time that I stream. Yes, I want to stream like 3 days a week or so. Mm. I would try to stream more, but I would like to only stream when I want to stream, so I can like bring in um, a nice like refreshing attitude, so that I don't feel like I have to do it. I feel like that's gonna have a nice impact on my streams. Yes, you can LRD BB. In fact, when BB was first introduced, I was one of the first people to ever find BB in a game, and I was like, oh, but I have LRD, and I found out that you couldn't LRD BB, and I was like, hey, PF, is this supposed to be a real thing? Like, are you supposed to not be able to LRD BB, the Stoneborn? Let's go ahead and inspect BB. BB silhouette should be somewhere around here. Whatever, I don't need to inspect it, I can just do this. Yeah, one of the Stoneborn. That's all you really need to read to say, hey, that's a monster that I should be able to LRD. But yeah, you can LRD BB. If it's called a Stoneborn, you really should be able to LRD it. So that was changed like almost immediately as soon as I reported that you were unable to LRD BB. Imagine if I hadn't done that, you still wouldn't be able to LRD BB. Now, probably someone would have done it, given enough time, because it wouldn't really make sense for a monster flavored as a Stoneborn to not be LRDable. There should be a Stoneborn player's species. It's like Gargoyle, but I don't know. Something that there should be something that differentiates it from Gargoyle. It's my contribution to Stone Soup. You jest, but I have legit contributed to Crawl. I play tested Sprint 6, I think it is 6 or 7. Um, Speed Sprint. I play tested that. I have also suggested some changes. Like back when Palentonga existed, I accidentally got them nerfed by having them lose minus like 1 point of aptitude in polearms. To the justification was to direct players to the playstyle of just rolling at everything. But the thing is that I suggested to also have them have like +1 maces or axes or something, so that people try using those instead of using polearms. But that part didn't make it through. And anyway, Palentonga were pretty bad. They never had good aptitudes, so to no one's surprise, they eventually got reworked into something that does have good aptitudes, which is good old Armatar. Yeah, those ones are great. I should play another one. They're really strong and enjoyable. Not terrible, and I don't need the willpower. I am gonna equip them. Oh, you cannot carry that many items. Let me drop something then. Probably can drop a lot of rings. Yep. At this point, I don't think there's any rings that I... Oh, I know this level. Let's see. 71% chance to miscast Polar Vortex. I still need to grind a bit to have Polar Vortex castable. It's a shame that it took me so long to get Polar Vortex. If I had gotten it earlier into the game, I probably would have just been able to naturally divert a lot of experience towards Ice Magic, so I could just use that immediately when I got to SOT. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. 67% chance to miscast, 17 Ice Magic. We're probably gonna need also like 21 spellcasting or so. Yeah, the more and more this progresses, the more tempted I am to sorry, the more tempted I am to just grab a Ring of Wizardry and use that. And I am probably gonna end up doing that regardless. When it comes to the level that I skipped, it's gonna take me a while to do. That level is very difficult. It's a level wide vault. It's so difficult, in fact, that all 3 stairs are like in the same spot. Like all 3 upstairs are in the same spot, and there's one downstairs that lets you skip the whole level, because that's how messed up it is, that it is reasonable for you to skip the whole level with like no danger to the player whatsoever. You will see it when I do it. I don't want to do it before I have Polar Vortex. I was thinking of doing it to get Polar Vortex, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to actually do it to get Polar Vortex. I wonder how refrigeration works. Like, do monsters that are next to me, like, do they take less damage? Because the way that I'm seeing it is that if the monsters are next to me, they're just not dying from refrigeration. Those adjacent to others. I guess I should be considered an other. So yeah, probably takes less damage. And surely the player counts. The way the description reads, I would probably say that the player counts. Kind of lame, however, or like kind of lame. Yeah, not a big fan of that. You know, it's midnight, but I'm not gonna end until I end the character. I really like this format of 1 character per stream, like win or die 1 character per stream. Unless the character dies in the super early game, however, in which case I would probably give it a lot of tries, or a couple of tries, not a lot of tries. But generally, when I kill a character in the early game, I'm just too tilted to win a character that same stream. That is not to say that it doesn't happen, but I kinda feel like that sometimes. It's pretty lame. Not a big fan of that feeling. I miss Behumet. I don't think that Gozag is that good for a character like this one. Yeah, I would say that Gozag is kinda bad, in fact. That's so pricey. The prices one has to pay to be able to keep spamming Starburst. Okay. You know, Gozag is a really strong god. Gozag invocations are like, well, potion petition in general is just busted. It's such a ridiculously powerful ability. Um, no other like anything in the game, I guess is a good way to put it. No other anything in the game gives you such like infinite haste the way that this does. You know, infinite haste used to be in the game. Um, it was called the haste spell, and that was removed from the game because having infinite haste was just broken. Gozag is not quite infinite haste, but it is very close to it. You cannot use it every fight the way that you could literally do with the haste spell, but you can use it for every fight that's moderately dangerous. Not every fight is going to be moderately dangerous in this game, but you will have more than enough haste for the fights that are. Mm. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. Let me put an exclusion here. Mm. I think the best way to kill these guys is LRD. Yeah, sometimes I get good rolls with LRD and it actually nukes the Golden Dragon. Really nice. I have a lot of HP. Normally I don't have this amount of HP with a deep elf. I think that recently I won one that had around 150 HP by the time it went out. Hold on. Uh, yeah, I don't like how DE means Deep Elf or Delver. In my opinion, that should have never happened. Just makes it more annoying for people to use the bot. 168 HP is what I had. I'm probably gonna have more than that with this character because I still have to get a third rune. Yeah, much to my dismay, I still have to get a third rune. I don't think that I'm doing the Abyss with this character. This character's kit is just so powerful that I would feel kinda not okay by doing the Abyss. Um, I feel like this character should be taken to Bolts 5 or Slime. What's up with you? I wish that had a cooldown because it's a really strong ability. Mm. I'm gonna get slowed here. This might not kill me, but it is gonna hurt. I can probably kill this with lightning rod, but yeah, I kind of want to get out. Oh, fortunately, I'm standing on a tile that had a very short-lived cloud. Okay. Yeah, LRD has to be the best way to get rid of these golden dragon. Stun arrow is kinda silly. Like, stun arrow is something that I shouldn't be doing versus a golden dragon. At this point in the game, I really should have, like, iron shot or so. LRD is good enough to kill the golden dragon, fortunately. Okay. I am definitely appreciating the inclusion of Polar Vortex, or not Polar Vortex yet, Osokubo's refrigeration into my character's kit. It has been apporting quite a lot. If one is adjacent fridge does 30% less damage, it's 2 or more, then it does 60% less. Yeah, I bet it also counts the player. Hmm. Because I noticed that things that, in my opinion, should be dying to refrigeration were not dying when they were close to me, when when they were next to me. Fortunately, it doesn't also take into account walls and stuff. If it did, it would be so garbage. Hmm. Pretty good spell versus Draconians, as you can see, because it slows them. So it just lets me run away for free. So, I haven't told you about it because it has happened recently. But I have been really, really getting into Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, the musical group from the 70s. They're really, really good. I have not heard anything from them that I've wanted to like skip the song. Um, I've been hearing many things from them from many different albums, and all of it has been super good. They're quickly becoming my favorite musical group ever, mm, ever created. I'm very happy to have found out the group. It all began a couple of months ago when, well, I say a couple of months, it was more like a year ago when a friend recommended Tarkus to me because I like prog, and that friend likes prog. And I heard Tarkus, and I was not so hooked on it. Um, but then well, time passed, and then YouTube autoplay played Tarkus for me again. But this time I was something else happened with Tarkus. I was in a different mood or anything. I don't know. But this time it actually did resonate with me a lot. Um, I think what happened the first time that I heard the song is that I thought the cover looked silly, the cover for Tarkus, and that prevented me from truly enjoying the music. I was like already going into the song with a negative prejudice on it, but this time I didn't see the album cover because I had it like in a different tab. I was not actively looking at YouTube; it just autoplayed, and I really really got into it, and I started listening to more Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and yeah, I've been very very um, convinced by them. I feel like I can just listen to anything that Emerson, Lake and Palmer have ever made. It's pretty magical, truly. If you have never listened to them, I cannot recommend them any more than I am doing right now. They're really, really good. Specifically, Tarkus. It's a great song. Hi, you want to offer promotion of my channel, viewers, bots, views, and chat bots? And I want to offer you a ban and a report. Please report the account, people of the internet in the chat. Report the account. Of Twitch behavior? No, that's not it. Where is the problem? Chat messages. Spam, scam, or bots. Spam. Bots also counts, but spam. Submit reports. Block this user. Following since 15 seconds ago. I see. Do I not, or what's up with that? Following since 15 seconds ago. Um, do you need to follow to chat in my stream? I don't know. Anyway, it's gone now. Um, so if I don't have that on, like the thing where you need to follow me to chat in my channel, I should probably turn that on. Maybe the bot just auto follows just in case it needs to. Yes, it's probably that. Good way to acquire followers, but still. I don't think the notification for follows even triggered in that case. Or if it did, I didn't even see it. Crazy. Maybe it followed and it immediately unfollowed or so. Okay, killing this is gonna be annoying. 34% chance to miscast Polar Vortex, let's go! Okay, yeah, I just had to do it. Not gonna kill that with Stun Arrow. It was also a very safe position, so I felt like even if I was gonna miscast it, it was gonna be okay. By the way, now that I'm using refrigeration, the um, the row of the knight is actually playing against me because less tiles seen means more, or like less tiles for monsters to be split apart. Wow, that was a very quick kill of the Enchantress. That was crazy. 4 dice of 20. Okay, pretty good. As much as I do not like the nerf of refrigeration, it still does a pretty good job of killing the things that it's supposed to kill. Alrighty, that went great. Very difficult for me to have a character that just like takes on the Enchantress band like that. By the way, yeah, what if I put this on? Look at that! My armor class goes up quite a bit. Yeah, your armor class would decrease by 2. Okay, I like that. 26, 27 armor class evasion. Very tanky for a deep elf that is not particularly wearing heavy armor. It also gives me 2 strength, so it probably shouldn't mess with my success rates. Polar Vortex goes to 38%. It's not gonna be that much of an issue. By the time I have it castable, I'm gonna be okay. That there was no notification suggests Twitch already knew it was a bot, lol. Yep, very annoying. Did you guys also not see a notification? Just like out of curiosity. Oh wow, that's a lot of tentacle monstrosities. Please succeed. Thank you. Okay, so far 100% win rate when it comes to casting Polar Vortex. I have not miscast it even once, and it's funny because I've been casting it at very high chances for it to fail, where I would actually expect it to fail. But watch when I'm gonna be casting it at 1% chance to miscast, and I'll have it miscast like 3 times in a row and die because of that. Well, it's not gonna kill me, but it is probably gonna happen. Anyway, what do we do now? Do I have ignition? Because ignition would be a great thing to bring to slime. No ignition. Bolts 5? The same thing. Like refrigeration used to be great versus slime versus bolts 5. Unfortunately, with the nerf to it, it doesn't do well in those places anymore because those places are almost entirely comprised of monsters, very bunched up together. Yeah, pretty lame. So where next? Slime, like both slime. I guess I can do that level, that depth 3 level. With a bit of luck, this level will provide me with enough experience to cast Polar Vortex. Let's see what is gonna happen here. Shouldn't go through those stairs. Should go through the safe stairs. Yeah, the only ones that I have not excluded. So I can go through the level the way that the Vault Maker intended. Immediately we see Park Hit. Okay, that's not a good omen. I still don't have Iron Shot, right? Because I feel like without Iron Shot or Crystal Spear or anything, Park Hit is actually gonna be impossible for me to kill. Keep in mind that Park Hit has gold scales, so neither Starburst nor Refrigeration are gonna deal enough damage for Park Hit to die fast enough. Park Hit also regenerates 27 HP per turn, so yeah, it's gonna be really, really difficult. No Iron Shot. No Crystal Spear. I'm starting to have second thoughts about this. If Parkhead wakes up, which is probably gonna happen because the Fire Dragon just roared definitely. Yeah, okay, I probably shouldn't be doing this. Okay, and if that hadn't waken up Parkhead, this probably did. Hello Parkhead. How much armor class do you have? A lot. Yeah, that's gonna be really difficult to kill. Almost impossible, in fact. Oh, this is gonna be miserable. What do I do now? Look at this. Jeez, that's pretty lame. I guess I can do crypts. I guess I can do crypts for spells and for experience for Polar Vortex. I would most definitely prefer not to do it, but here we are. This guy hit me with a 9 shot, right? Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Ouch. Oh, I'm glad that guy didn't hit me with that. Yep, monsters with haste and iron shot are kinda spooky. Oh, this level had menace. That's right. I shouldn't be running around in this level. I don't even know how. Oh, I guess I had from the very little that I had already explored of this level. I just happened to find crypt. Very lucky. I don't like this because I feel like I'm gonna end up pulling menace at some point and getting killed as a direct result of doing that. Mm. Yeah, I really don't want to pause and leave this character for another day. I just want to finish it in one sitting. But the issue that I'm having is that I feel like I've already had my fill of crawl, but there's still more crawl on the plate. I'm not done eating all my crawl. Mm, it's a rather weird feeling that I never had until rather recently. How's this doing? 30%. It's looking like we're getting places when it comes to Polar Vortex. I want to try training spellcasting now. I feel like training spellcasting is not gonna get the job done. Um, That's how you felt about your last character. It died inside you were not paying attention, but you were glad it was over. And it probably you were probably not paying attention because it took you so long, right? I get it. I absolutely get it. I've also killed characters because of not paying attention because it had already been so long. When that happened, one of the most obvious examples that I can give is that in some previous tournaments, I did one very long stream where like I streamed for like 10 hours or so, and I tried to win two characters in one sitting. And usually the second character did way worse than the first because of mental exhaustion. As the game is right now, I am struggling to like finish one character in one sitting. It's not looking pretty good. Um, I don't think that the game has gotten worse or anything. It's just that I don't know. I feel like it's too long. The little of the game that has been shaven off is not enough. I feel like the game would be great if it was a 2 or 3 hour experience. This character hasn't really had that many complications, and it's nowhere close to being a 2 or 3 hour experience. Probably because it's a mage. It's about to be a 4 hour experience, and we're still not quite done. My longer streams are wild. You would hate that in one sitting. Believe it or not, it was not like a particularly difficult thing for me. Um, when I was younger, I probably would have been able to do it on like literally a daily basis, like daily 12-hour streams. But I don't know. Like I feel like I lost that ability at my early 20s, and now. I struggle to do the 4 hours that I started doing when I started streaming. Yeah, it's crazy how time changes you. Mm. Oh, come on. Didn't need a miscast there, but it's fine. It doesn't really affect me in any way whatsoever. It would be nice if I had this spell on death, which I do have, but I don't really have castable, and I also don't really want to dedicate any amount of experience to getting it castable. So whatever. Mm. I wish I could use refrigeration here. I mean, Starburst is okay, but refrigeration just like ignores evasion. Mm. At least I can LRD on a vast majority of monsters here. The Polar Vortex is at 24%. We're getting pretty close to getting it castable. Once I get it castable, I can go straight to Bolt 5 and just, or Slime. Slime is gonna be faster than Bolt 5, but I can probably do a combination of both. Like, do the entrance of Bolt 5 and then just bail out and go do Slime. Just like to get the experience from the Vault Guards, because it's free real estate. Mm. Mm. I'm glad that ghost mods don't generate here. In general, I'm glad that ghost mods don't generate in the places where they don't generate. And I think it's a tragedy that they generate in the places where they do generate. Yeah, but then again, those are hard counters to the characters that I like to play. By the way, something funny about LRD and monsters that you can directly LRD. I mentioned that you could LRD BB because it said one of the Stoneborn, right? Like literally the first couple of words of BB's description told you, hey, you can LRD this. So liches say that they now exist as a skeletal desiccated corpse. Skeletal skeletal, but you cannot LRD the skeletal monster. I've always wondered about that, but I guess liches still have a little bit of meat on their bones, I suppose, and that's why you cannot LRD them. Mm. Dun dun dun. Yep. Okay. Oh boy, I probably shouldn't be resting in front of an ancient champion because it really hurts. Didn't kill. It is almost destroyed. Do I want to use my last charge of my Beam Wand? Beam Wand charges are kind of precious. I have not been treasuring them the way I should be treasuring them, so I'm not gonna do it. Are you resistant to electricity? You're not. Okay, that means use Lightning Wrath. And again. Okay, it only took me 2 casts, fortunately enough. I have not seen a Titan. I had not noticed, but I don't think I've seen a Titan in the entirety of depths. So I found it rather interesting how Crypt has just randomly been placing me in some very awkward positions. I wonder if it's because I'm doing something that's very noisy in the part of the game where noise gets exacerbated. Like the game does tell you this part of the game is really, really quiet, so any noise that you make is gonna be more noisy. Mm. Spider also has that. I don't think that Snake has it, but Spider most certainly does. Iron Shot, yay, Iron Shot. Now I can kill Park Hit. Or I can continue here and just wait for Polar Vortex. It's already at 21%. Anyway, I can Quiver Iron Shot now. Just like run around and use that on everything. It's gonna cost me a lot of mana, but I do have mana regen, so whatever. I wonder if you can LRD Revenants. Next time I see one, I should try. Okay. Um, 3 out of 3 casts of Polar Vortex have been successful. This time it was a 19% chance to miscast Polar Vortex. It went very well. Alright, the last level of the crypt. Polar Vortex is at 19%, as I already mentioned. It's looking pretty good. What is this invisible thing that's next to me? It's a Shadow Raid, right? Okay. I think it would be interesting if there was more variety of invisible monsters, so that see invisible was a more important thing to have. If there were multiple invisible monsters that could generate in any given point in the game where invisible monsters generated, you would be like, oh, it's an invisible monster, but I don't know what it is. And it would be even better if the 2 invisible monsters could do different things that would be like dangerous, the 2 different varieties. So that you don't know what you're gonna be fighting against, and you don't know how to prepare against it unless you use your see invisible item. I would couple that with the introduction of see invisible potion. I think that would also be really cool, so that you don't have to juggle items in case you want to have see invisible for situations where you need to have see invisible. I wonder what this that I'm fighting against is. It hit me pretty hard, so I don't know. Yeah, no idea what it was. Okay. %16 chance to miscast. Polar Vortex is almost there. The recent change that I made to this character, like actually finally getting Iron Shot after so long, pretty good. Iron Shot makes less noise than LRD, and I have been noticing that in this place. There's less monsters that I'm having to fight against, which is a pretty good thing. At least less monsters that I have to fight against at the same time is what I wanted to say. Oh, Revenant. Let's see if I can LRD this guy. Animated Skeleton. Okay, that one is affected by LRD. So yeah, it's very funny, like the slight inconsistencies, because the Lich description says it's a skeletal monster, and then you have skeletal warriors, and you can LRD skeletal warriors, but you cannot LRD the Liches. Royal Mommy. I have Polar Vortex 14%. Maybe this time is gonna be the time that I miscast Polar Vortex. Let's see what happens. Okay. So far, I still haven't miscasted even once. Pretty good. Big damage on these ghouls. I was not expecting to kill them. They have the perfect combination of really, really large amounts of HP and cold resistance. But it did hurt them enough so that I could just finish them off easily. Oh, Khufu. Funny thing, in this stream, there was this one time where Khufu blinked away from me, and I was like, why did Khufu blink away from me if Khufu doesn't have blink? But it turns out that part of the function of the Doroklohe's Tomb spell that Khufu used to have was blinking away from the player if Khufu was next to the player, which was, of course, really dumb because the spell description didn't tell you anywhere that it did that. So we accidentally got Khufu nerfed Kufu used to have Tomb, which pretty much made it so that you have to either dig out Kufu or just run away. Because at that point, if Kufu uses Tomb, you're not killing Kufu. Kufu is gonna go back to full HP pretty much. Um, so yeah, but Kufu doesn't do that anymore. Kufu still has that curses, as you can see. In this case, killing Kufu was very, very easy. I'm gonna use Polar Vortex. Oh, finally, first miscast of Polar Vortex at 12%. Yeah, those percentages are a lie. Like, why have I been casting Polar Vortex at 40% and succeeding at it first try, but miscasting it at 12%? At this point, I might as well leave it at 40%. Yep, this character is very powerful, by the way. Any character that can do that to Kufu is no joke. Yeah, pretty strong character. Kufu guarding the entrance to Tomb is pretty nice. Still not enough experience for me to want to take this to Bolts 5, by the way. But I'm gonna be running around Polar Vortexing these guys. It's not gonna kill them that fast because, you know, their whole resistance to cold and stuff, but still kills them. By the time the Polar Vortex is over, most of them are pretty much dead. Okay, now I turned on Spellcasting. I already got 24 Ice Magic. I think that's gonna be enough. 10% chance to miscast Polar Vortex. Oh, you know what the issue was? I had minus intelligence. Yeah, I was hit by a couple of raids that decreased my intelligence a bit. That explains everything. Invisible Ancient Lich. I think it would be interesting if they sometimes started invisible. That would certainly be a big player nerf. They would be very, very dangerous if they sometimes started invisible. I need some water. Give me a second. You play slow? 13.5 hour 3-rune game. Yikes. I haven't had such a long game, such a long 3-rune game in a while. I feel like that cat conjurer that I played, no, not cat conjurer. I wish it was a cat conjurer. It was a cat summoner. I feel like if that character had won the game, which it didn't, it would have taken me roughly that amount of time, because by the time it died, I had 0 or 1 runes. I had 1 rune. There's no way I had 0 runes because it was experience level 19 when things started going downhill. Yeah, it was experience level 19, and I had already spent 8 hours on that character. Oh boy, hits something but does no damage. Okay. So this is the pinnacle of crawl damage inconsistency. Let me take a screenshot of this. 3 casts of the spell. 1 cast barely or like literally doesn't do anything. The second cast does a ton of damage, and the third cast doesn't do anything. I wish it wasn't the case, but it really is like that. Yeah, why is it so inconsistent? You know what? I'm just gonna cast Polar Vortex. That's an easier, faster way to get rid of that guy. I think it's dead, but I think there's another invisible monster. Oh no, what I saw was this fountain, which in a console it kinda very vaguely looks like an invisible monster. So yeah, I haven't really checked the changelog for Trunk in a while, close to a month, and it seems the same as ever before. Apart from the lack of Titans, I haven't really been seeing a lot of Titans. I wonder if they got buffed or something and made rarer. Mad Mage Maulers can do a plus 160 damage with 40 mana, but it's random, so you might only get plus 20 and still lose all your mana. Yes, that's pretty funny. The crawl damage inconsistency is pretty wild, let me tell you. It is made like crawl features an excessive amount of randomness, in my opinion. The justification for it is that like randomness can make some spontaneous, exciting situations for the player to deal with. On the other hand, I feel like the wild amount of damage randomness can also make it so that encounters that shouldn't be an issue at all for the player, like should legit be trivial, have a slight chance of not being trivial, which it's not a terrible thing, to be completely honest. It's not the end of the world, but I find it annoying. Yes, especially at earlier stages in the game um, where having an encounter not be trivial when you expect it to be trivial can be deadly. The early game is so shaky in that regard. Okay, how's Polar Vortex doing? 7%. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Early one has like to high roll there 3 times in a row. Yep. Yep. They definitely like to dodge everything that you throw at them and then hit you for max damage 2 or 3 times in a row and kill you like that. Or Quokkas on like D1, like literally press O into Quokka into you died because you were unable to hit it. That kind of thing is just pretty awful. Anyway, we are about to be done. I just have to go do Bolts 5 or Slime and just win the game. I'm gonna do Bolts 5. I'm gonna do a part of Bolts 5, unless I stumble up on the room for some reason. Okay, I have 11 haste. I'm gonna drink one of those, and I'm also gonna drink a Brilliance. And I'm also gonna drink an Invisibility, because why not? Go downstairs, Polar Vortex, sit here and Polar Vortex everything. You kill the Bolt Guard times 13. Such a nice message. Such power. Let's see. Oh, I wish I could grab all that money. I wonder how much money is there. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not leaving like 100 gold behind. Not really an issue. Very nice that most of these guys do not seem invisible. Polar Vortex is such a strong spell. It is very, very simple and very, very powerful. I like it. You just like walk towards the thing that you want death and it dies very quick. Okay, this guy has a 0% chance to paralyze me. That's what I like to see. Okay, I can probably go upstairs now. Pick up my money and then just go do something else. By something else I mean slime, because I think that slime is legit gonna be faster than me trying to do Bolts 5, even with Polar Vortex. Think about the amount of Polar Vortex that I need to cast in here compared to the amount of Polar Vortex that I would need to cast in slime. In slime I would probably need to cast like 2 or 3 Polar Vortexes in the final level and that's it. Like pretty much the same amount of Polar Vortex that I cast for the entrance party in Bolts 5. Let's go do slime. Shouldn't really take me very long. And then I'm gonna dive Sot and I'm just gonna run in Sot 5 and Polar Vortex everything. Polar Vortex is exactly what I needed with this character. As I mentioned earlier, I have a seriously difficult time dealing with Orbs of Fire, or at least I did. I don't think that I'm gonna have that issue now that I have Polar Vortex. How's this doing? 5% chance to miscast Polar Vortex. Training Spellcasting has been helping a lot when it comes to the success chance of my Polar Vortex. I like it, big fan of that. Okay, final level, very quick. You know, I do have to say that the not having minus potion thing on refrigeration is something that I have not really even thought about, but it is nice now that I am noticing. I'll probably use Potion Petition for the Royal Jelly fight. I don't need to immediately buff. 21 spell casting. That's fine. I can leave it at that. Gonna be training some more dodging now. I could train a little bit more Earth Magic for Iron Shot. Yeah, just to have it deal a little bit more damage. 9 dice of 9. I think I can push it to 9 dice of 10 probably. Shouldn't be that difficult. Okay, that's the Royal Jelly. Let's see what we get. Haste. Haste is something that I like, but I don't know if I like it more than having full mana. On the other hand, am I going to need full mana? I'll lean towards no, because a single Polar Vortex will get the job done here. Haste, Brilliance, Heal Wounds, Curing, and Berserk Rage. Of course, that ruined everything. 3 Might and Resistance. Okay, I'm gonna go for Heal Wounds and Curing. Having Brilliance would be good. I'm gonna get Brilliance because I will be casting a little bit of Iron Shot to soften up the Royal Jelly to begin with. Immolation. I don't think it kills me. You have good defenses and resistances, apart from fire resistance, so the damage from their jellies should not be a lot. The only damage that I should be worried about is the explosion damage. Shining Eye gives me a good mutation. Cool. That got rid of the Royal Jelly really, really easily. Yeah, it was literally one Polar Vortex for the whole fight. You know, sometimes I wish that there were messages printed for Polar Vortex slash Volcano, or like Volcano, Tornado. The violent icy winds pummel the monster, so you can see how much damage the monster is taking per tick of Polar Vortex. It's something that I wanted for Tornado, and I also want it for Polar Vortex. Would be cool. I wonder if it's just not there because it would be way too spammy. I'm astonished at my defenses, by the way. Like, this is spellcaster casting level 9 spells, where I level 9 spell. And it has very, very high level defenses. 28 to 27 is really strong. The Brooch of Shielding is not really strong. I'm gonna drop that. Manual faxes. I don't need that. That can stay on the floor. 3 runes. That's enough to enter the realm of Sot, finally. Okay, we're gonna be training some. We can probably train this to 24, and we can probably just train that for the rest of the game. Same goes for dodging. I can probably train that for the rest of the game. Somehow I amassed a large amount of dexterity. I was not particularly intending on such a thing to happen, but the game decided to give me a lot of dexterity in my gear. I have 8 dexterity equipped. I don't think I've ever leveled up dexterity. But yeah, very convenient. 8 dexterity in my gear. Oh, there was Spark Hit, yeah. Remember running away from this guy. It's a good thing that I ran away because I was able to acquire my experience from faster sources than doing this level. Okay, get me in. How much magic mapping do I have? Enough to dive straight to SOT 5. Beautiful. You love to see it. So, when I enter SOT 5, will I bribe? No. I will bribe until I clear the guys that are outside of the bolt, because I don't want to spend my bribe on those guys that are easily and safely killed. I would rather bribe the guys that are dangerous. Not that I need to bribe anyway, because I have you know the thing I have. Polar Vortex, yes, that's what I have 5 resistance. Do I need the resistance for the Orb of Fire? With the low amount of HP that I have, I would rather not risk it. Yeah, if there's anything that this character is lacking is HP. Yes, that's what it is lacking. There we go. 1 Firestorm or 1 Polar Vortex plus 1 Iron Shot got the job done. Pretty good. Okay, read magic mapping. Let's go downstairs. All these stairs have been very close to one another, which is a nice little convenient thing for me as a player who doesn't particularly want to do the entirety of this. Where did you come from? I mean, you're not an issue. But where did this guy come from? Did it get blinked in by the shifter? Oh, shifters. So nasty. Gonna rest my mana, come back up, because we don't wanna run into nasty monsters, nasty situations when running out with the Orf. Took a lot of damage there. Didn't really notice, but yeah. Not immediately. I guess there was a 32 damage hit. But other than that, 17, 18, 7, 12. And because I have low HP, the damage accumulates quite noticeably. With something like a Nugger, I wouldn't have noticed the amount of damage that I lost, or like the amount of HP that I lost. But with this, I absolutely do. Okay. I was wondering on how I was gonna deal with that guy. Something else that I've also always found pretty funny when it comes to Polar Vortex slash Tornado is how monsters go through walls whenever you're casting that spell. They literally go through walls because of the way that Tornado moves them, or Tornado slash Polar Vortex. I don't think it's a bug. I think it's entirely intentional, just in case you were wondering if it was a bug or not. Because it's stayed in the game ever since Tornado was introduced. I think it was introduced in the same version that I started playing, 0.8. Didn't really play with it a lot until later in my crawl career trajectory journey. Journey is probably correct, because it's not like this is a career or anything. Probably should read magic mapping, or not, because I found the stairs. Pretty cool. Oh, what is going on? Why is there so much? Oh, Tiamat comes into view. Well, cool. You can't see that place, but I can see Tiamat. Okay. That's pretty cool because I wanted a better cloak, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to tank Tiamat, especially with 21 armor class. Let me put on the ring of protection instead of this ring that has resistances that I don't need, and re-teleport again because I don't need to fight this in this position. I can just wait. Yeah. This bolt looks pretty cool. The way, like this, it looks pretty cool. It looks like something reminiscent of NetHack. NetHack does have some parts of the game that look like this. Pretty crazy. I'm just waiting for my teleport to trigger. It's gonna take forever because I'm in SOT, but it did eventually happen. Okay, now do I fight Tiamat for the dragon skin scales and or like for the dragon skin cloak and 2 more points of armor class, or do I just like bail? My cloak is so dull that I want to do it. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back and fight Tiamat. It shouldn't be that difficult. It's gonna take me more than one Polar Vortex for sure. Um, but I should be able to kill her. Fortunately, Tiamat doesn't have insanely strong ranged attacks the same way that some other monsters do. That's what I wanted. I wanted to blink in so I could do exactly this. Okay. You know what? Berserking Draconian monks are kind of scary. Silence the Annihilator. Okay. Yeah, I'm playing with fire here. Really shouldn't be delving SOT the way that I'm doing. The correct thing to do is to just go ahead and win the game already, but I really want my Dragon Skin Cloak, and I feel like I can do it with Polar Vortex and with these defenses, which by the way got nerfed by the strangely shaped body. This reduces the armor class that I get from the Fairy Scales by like 3. Yeah, reduces it by 3. It's not that much of an issue, especially considering how I got +2 armor class from the other mutation that I have. So I effectively have -1 armor class, um, which is not an issue. Not an issue at all. Okay, how do I get back to Tiamat? Can I even get over there and rock? I could dig in. Wow, it does work. Crazy. Cool. Okay. Just gonna wait and play this carefully. I wanna fight not that many monsters at the same time. Yep. This is a safer bolt than anything involving more than one orb of fire, by the way. If you may see like a million dragons, I'm okay with dealing with a million dragons, but 2 orbs of fire at the same time would be something that I would not be okay with. Mm. Mm. Ignition would be a nice thing to have. Gotta be careful with this specific thing. Not a fan of the death cough. Okay, I said that I didn't want to fight too many things at the same time. Do I still have stealth? No, I lost that a while ago. Don't even know exactly when it happened, but I lost that. You know, YouTube, and this is obviously gonna be going to YouTube. This is directed towards YouTube viewers. I wonder if there's anyone who watches me who is unable to listen for one reason or another, and it is and you are supported by subtitles, however it is pronounced. I'm curious, if you are in that situation, please leave me a comment. I would appreciate it. I'm only wondering because sometimes I watch videos with subtitles myself, and I find it pretty funny how automated subtitles can. They don't really ruin the experience, but they sometimes give you some very inaccurate um, translations. I guess you could call it a translations or transcription. That's the correct word to use. Um, yeah, sometimes they do that indeed. Especially with my own videos, I have noticed it. It's because of the way that I pronounce certain words. Sometimes gets something entirely different and unrelated to what I am saying. So I'm just wondering if people who watch me with subtitles, if anyone, um, find themselves with a lessened experience because of that. Mm, just mere curiosity. Okay. Um, Yeah, as you have seen, the dragons are not really an issue. I'm more afraid of the Draconian Scorchers. Draconian Scorchers are actually kind of a big deal. Really, really dangerous monsters with their ability to fling around damnation. Mm. This bolt is giving me industrial amounts of experience. Industrial amounts of experience. Pretty strong. Okay, Tiamat. Tiamat, you're alone. No more dragons to protect you. Just gonna be careful and ouch. Yeah, I don't wanna be meleeed by Tiamat. Tiamat melee actually hurts a lot. Come on, the blinks are awful. You're not hasted and you're not fast, so I can just walk away from you. I wish I had some mana. Heal once curing and mana. Okay, that's good. Okay, you killed Tiamat. Took me a while, but we got it done. Give me my trophy. Goodbye, +2 cloak that I've had from the very beginning of the game. Hello, +4 dragon skin cloak. The cloak that I just dropped was something that I got as a +0 cloak, and I just enchanted it rather early into the game. I didn't get it as a +2 cloak, which is a very rare thing for me to do. I generally don't um, go out of my way to enchant some things that I'm not, or like some like plain cloak, for example. In this case, I never enchant that kind of thing. In this case, because I knew that I was not gonna be using body armor or like fancy body armor that I would have to enchant, I just went for it. Mm, ran out of mana. Not the nicest position to be in versus these guys. Yep, employed draconians are really scary. Um, I feel like the more you play, the more you start to respect these guys because like the first couple of times you get to sort, you got lucky, like your loot carried you, and you kind of steamroll these guys, and you have like a really strong character that doesn't have to be terrified of these guys. But the more experience that you get in the game, and the more or the less powerful the characters that you can get to sod become, the more you start to realize how crazy the Draconians really are, and they are crazy. They're super strong, mm, very dangerous. Their damage output is kind of insane for normal monsters. That is. I don't know if I personally have that experience with Draconians, or if Draconians have gotten stealthily buffed over the versions up until the point where, when I started playing the game, I didn't really consider them that much of an issue, but now they're kind of really scary. Um, or it may be, as I say, the evolution that I have gone through as a player of Crawl. Like I have gotten better at recognizing them as the threats that they are, and respecting them. I got a bit nervous casting Polar Vortex next to this Sot trap, but it was fine. I didn't want to make dudes step on it and paralyze me, kill me like that. I have some pretty nice HP. Sweet. 50 mana too. Got to that 50 mana point. It used to be that mana was capped at 50. I'm glad that it is not the case anymore. I should start using Bright Branch. Yeah. I still have enough money for 3 more Bright Branches. Potentially 4, depending on how much money I make here. Okay, I need Invisible. Oh, hold on. First of all, I need to make myself invisible because I don't want to run out of mana here. So invisible. I don't know what that is. It's a lich. It's an unaware peaceful lich. Cool. I thought that it was gonna be a moth of rat, or like a ghost moth. Sorry, brilliance, because I'm spamming iron shot. So unfortunately, having allies and casting polar vortex are kind of mutually exclusive. I don't think these guys are gonna be very happy if I decide to cast Polar Vortex or even Starburst, because as you can see, they're positioning themselves in such a way that they get hit by that. So yeah, part of the reason why I was somewhat hesitant to cast or to use Bright Branch, but you can see the effects that it has. Everything is neutral. Well, not everything, but like I turned around the corner to see 2 orbs of fire and an ancient lich, and I was like, "Ooh, this is not gonna be good." But fortunately for me, those guys were immediately pacified. You gotta love to see it. Gozag is really, really strong. I'll step on this. Then I'm gonna make a quick getaway. Yes, now, like, since I'm marked, I'm gonna be pulling a lot of very dangerous monsters towards me, but I am going to be fighting them here, which is quite probably the best position for me to be fighting them on, because I can just sit here and Polar Vortex everyone. Let's try to get back some mana. Brilliance and Magic is beautiful. I already have Brilliance though, and I can get Heal Wounds, Curing, and Magic, which is safer. I should also drink a potion of resistance. I think that I can wait until I see a normal fire, because I have 2 pips of fire resistance. I should probably put this ring of protection on. I put it off, or I took it off because I needed to see invisible. You know what? I'm gonna be fighting leeches. Let's have see invisible. Yeah, I feel like not having see invisible could have a disastrous outcome. By the way, my bribe already wore off. Yeah, I think turning around the corner expended all of my bribe. Pretty funny. Miscast of Polar Vortex. Let's try again. So far it's going quite well. Yeah, been liking this. If you have enjoyed what you have seen so far, do consider following or subscribing on YouTube. I would appreciate that a lot. It actually helps me quite a bit. My goal is to eventually get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, because if I get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, I can monetize. And if I can monetize, things get better in general. Life gets better if I can monetize. So I would appreciate it if you could help me with a follow. If you have gotten this far into the character, you are probably enjoying this quite a lot. So yeah. Oh, I would also appreciate any and all donations, especially considering the current situation with my family. Um, One of my uncles recently died, and any and all donations that I receive will be going to my uncle's family. for the rest of this year. So, yep, that's where your contributions are going to. It's like charity, except that it is a bit more direct. Mm, mm, okay, you know what? I'm gonna use a potion of brilliance here. I'm just gonna iron shot these guys, or not. I thought that iron shot was gonna be able to get rid of them easily, but it didn't really seem to be the case. Um, okay, I thought that I was gonna end this with a lot more money than I have right now. I don't even need to do that. I'm just gonna walk around the corner, um, silence that guy as soon as I have the chance to do so. Pile of lots. There we go. Pretty good. Lots of draconians. That's not what I want to see. Oh, that's definitely not what I want to see. I don't want to go around the corner, because if I go around the corner, the guy will just step on the sod trap. Yeah, it's gonna step on the sod trap, isn't it? Oh, maybe I can lure it into the teleport trap. Oh, sweet! Oh, come on. Oh, the roller coaster of feelings that Crawl sometimes makes you feel. It's like excitement into extreme disappointment over the course of a couple of seconds. I wonder if that's the kind of thing that gets people actually addicted to Crawl. That heavy roller coaster of feelings and emotions. Hello, Celery Paints. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. Um, I am here playing Crawl. About to finish, by the way. Let's just get this done. Go D0. Oh, Seraph. Mighty Seraph, in fact. Are you immune to fire? You must be immune to fire. Yes, you are. Okay. So that means don't even bother casting um, this thing on it. Ouch. Goes for the cleansing flame. Okay, it's not a hasted Seraph, however, so I can just run away from it. On the other hand, I kind of want to kill it because it's such a rare entity. Um, are you resistant to electricity? You are. That means no lightning wrath, condenser bane, freezing vapor. Okay, perhaps that will get the job done. I can also use wand of light, which is not fire damage. Um, let's see if I can actually kill it. If it gets too close to me, I could just go upstairs. It's not really an issue. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. I'm making some progress here. Looking pretty good. Just one more monster to add to my kill list for this character. It's a very rare monster. They usually come with pearl scales. This one had fire scales, however, so I'm not even gonna bother picking that up. Just gonna bail. Really drink that potion of mutation while resistant to mutation. Didn't even remember that I had mutation resistance with the way that mutations have been affecting me so thoroughly. Where is the exit? I'm walking towards the exit, so it's fine. I can drink haste to walk faster to the exit. You know, good old Mikey teleport. In case you're wondering about what Mikey teleport means, it just means running to where you want to teleport to real quick, which refers to hasting and running away exactly how you want to run away. If you think about it, it's like control teleports, except that it is actually available in the game as it is nowadays. Because control teleport used to be a thing that exists, or that existed, but not anymore. And it hasn't been a while, or it hasn't been that way for a while. What was that, by the way? A piece from some's chessboard. 2 pieces from some's chessboard. Cool. Not gonna mess with that. I wish that item was better. I wish that item was actually worth using because it's a rather cool item. Mm, Talking about my uncle, I have been visiting my family. Um, yeah, like the thing that happened with my uncle was a wake-up call because I was really looking forward to interacting more with that uncle and talking to him more, and like now I don't have the chance to do it. So I decided to not let that happen again in my life. So I've been visiting my family a lot more, and I've been bonding with my nieces. Nieces? Is it nieces? Mm, Cousins. Yes, cousins. I've been bonding with my cousins, the daughters of my uncle, who passed away, and it's pretty cool because I'm 27, so there's quite a generational gap here. But one of my cousins is 13, so, and she likes music, right? Um, so I showed her the Dance of Eternity by Dream Theater, and she told me that she liked it. And I was like, "Oh, this is a game changer for our familiar relationship. Like now, I feel like I have something that I can bond um, with, mm, or like that we can bond over, which is extremely nice. Like that was a truly moving moment that happened this last weekend, and I'm very happy about it. Yeah, yeah, it was a pretty cool character. Let me describe this with the usual. I think that works, by the way. This URL, there was a thing that YouTube recently changed that made it so that these kinds of URLs worked. Pretty cool. Gonna have to change that in the bot. But yeah, if you were to click that, it would lead you to my channel. Yep. All right. With that being out of the way, let's just go ahead and win the game. Or take off the Hat of the Alchemist. Yeah. Resistances look good without the Hat of the Alchemist, but I know that they are incredible with the Hat of the Alchemist. Yeah, look at that. Not great at all. Potion of mutation. Cool, cool. I like that. Let's put this on again. 28, 31, 14 are my final defenses. Pretty noticeable defenses. Pretty great character. Yep, I liked it. It was good. But I feel like it kind of overstayed its welcome by about roughly 2 hours. Anyway, let's just go ahead and win the game. And with that out of the way, the character was blessed, got some really strong loot. I had one worry beyond the early game. Like by the time I picked up my first rune, I was partially sure that I was gonna win, but I did see one serious issue with the character, which was that I didn't have a good way to kill the very strong denizens of Sot. And then the game immediately afterwards gave me Polar Vortex and was like, here you go. Have this that you need to beat the end game with just enough time to train for it before you actually have to go into the end game. And so I did, and that literally won me the game. So yeah, mm, do not miss that kind of opportunity when it presents in your games. Um, I enjoyed it. It was a nice thing to come back and play a crawl character after a while of not having played one. I am not sure that I will be streaming a lot in the near future, but I'll come back when I feel like playing Crawl or Rift Wizard, and I will stream Crawl or Rift Wizard. With that being said, thank you for stopping by. See you around. Have a nice rest of your night, and I appreciate everything that you do for me. See you around.